जिधर वो है उधर देख रहे हैं, सब जिधर वो है उधर देख रहे हैं, हम तो पब्लिक की नजर देख रहे। मैं समझ ही गया था कि बात कुछ बड़ी है, और बात कुछ बड़ी नहीं तो कुछ तो गड़बड़ी है। हट जा सामने से, तेरी भाभी खड़ी है। हट जा सामने से, मेरी अखियां लड़ी है। अबे हट जा सामने से, तेरी भाभी खड़ी है। हट जा सामने से, मेरी अखियां लड़ी है। अपनी बाहों में तुझको मैं ले लूंगा, तेरी जुल्फों से डे नाइट खेलूंगा। जो तू रूठेगी तुझको मनाऊंगा, तेरे डैडी के नखरे उठाऊंगा। जब भी तू देखती है मेरी जान मुझको हंस के, ऐसा लगा मुझको नाचन गई है डस के। हट जा सामने से,
हट जा सामने से, तेरे भैया खड़े हैं। अरे हट जा सामने से, हमरे नैना लड़े हैं। सब इधर मैं हूँ जिधर देख रहे हैं, हम तो पब्लिक की नजर देख रहे। मैं समझ ही गई थी कि बात कुछ बड़ी है, कर बात कुछ बड़ी नहीं तो कुछ तो गड़बड़ी है।
अपनी भाभी
Welcome in to RCR, halfway through the Raas All-Star season, and so into Richmond we come inside the National Theater, hosted by VCU. 8 teams competing for bid points. I'm Shaakir. I'm joined by Divya, former UVA captain. Hey Divya, how are you doing?
Good, how are you?
Are you excited for today?
I'm very excited.
You won't be with us for the whole show though, right?
No, I am stepping out second half. I got to see my team. I got to cheer on Raas.
Yeah, UVA is competing, what is it, 5th in the lineup, right?
Yeah, first opening the second half, so we'll see
Pressure's
how
on.
they do.
Could be today that they score their first points.
We'll see.
All
I'm
right.
excited.
You want to start up with lineup order?
Yeah, so our first in show is Cobras. They competed last week at a competition. Raas in the 614.
Raas in the 614, they were
Yes,
there.
yes. I really like the idea of their theme, Bake Off, something
Great British
like.
Bake Off. You ever watched that show?
Yeah, I love
So
the
good.
show.
It's a good
I like
time.
the lack of stress that those bakers have. Like, you know.
I feel like I want to live in a world in that outdoor tent. I feel like
Yeah.
it's a lot of stress though.
Yeah, I'm sure that, like, you know, the same energy you would feel in an American show, it would be there, but they just, their voices are calm.
Well, in an American show, you'd have Gordon Ramsay just
You would.
yelling at you.
You
calling
look like, yeah.
an idiot
you're-
sandwich.
you're
Case are
right.
definitely not that. UCSD are second in the lineup. GW third, and UMD round out the first half.
I think this is UCSD's first in-person competition of the
First
season.
in-person comp, yeah, because their last bid comp they went to, they had to compete virtually
Yeah,
because of COVID.
super unlucky. They literally hosted a comp the weekend before or something like that, and then they ended up being virtual. and
San
I was
Diego
like,
Senado. So we're halfway through the season. Most of these teams have competed. For UCSD, you've competed once virtually. Do you feel like their nerves are going to be higher than most other teams right now, or they're still coming in knowing that they have a bid comp in the books
for UCSD.
for UCSD?
I think that it'll be a little bit interesting, like competing for the first time in person. But I also think that, like, you know, they've done it last year. There's not as much as a break as there used to be, like, before COVID and everything. So I think that there'll be some nerves coming in, but I don't think it'll be more excitement because they get to be on a stage rather than performing somewhere in their
it's a
school.
different feeling.
Yeah.
It's a different high. Okay.
It gets you there.
All right, going on to the second half, we open with UVA. That's your team.
My
You
team.
feeling good about their chances?
I'm so excited for them. Yeah. I haven't seen them since Chaos, and I know they've been working really hard. So I'm excited to see, like, the kind of changes they've stepped forward. And
Hopefully it'll be
it's
a good time.
RCR home crowd, so
Pretty much home crowd. An hour away, just about.
Yeah,
And
it's-
UVA comes here a lot.
yeah. So last year we were supposed to go to Rungilo, and our flight gets delayed 12 hours. Okay,
Oh,
so
man.
we spent 12 hours in Richmond. So we're really privy to Richmond and the city
Know
life
the
here.
ins and outs.
Yeah, spent a lot of time here.
National Theater is your home away from home.
Yeah,
Which is
honestly.
where we are right now.
Yeah, it's a great place.
All right, UVA 5th, UCTR UConn is 5th, Thunder Raas.
Yes.
Georgia Tech in 7th.
Yep.
Here's a fun fact for you. There have been 8 competitions in 2023.
Yeah.
4 of the winners have come from starting 7th in the Raas order.
Does that say something about show order? That's our question.
I think Georgia Tech's a team that's coming in here to win.
They're
so
coming in hot, for sure.
Maybe they'll feel pretty good about that. Also, by the way, every single winner in 2023 has been in the second half.
Oh, yeah,
So
that's
that
true.
That bodes really well.
Yeah.
And then to round out the lineup is Northeastern Raas. Jurassic
Exciting.
Park, their theme. How do you feel about them?
I loved watching them. I watched them at ECS, and I liked the theme. I was like, that's a very niche theme, but they did it well. Like, they made it so that even if you haven't seen Jurassic Park, if you're not a fan of the movies, that you can understand what's going on.
I
So,
like their theme. I
yeah.
think they're good. I think they only have 1 bid point right now, and in my opinion, that is criminal. But, you know, still half the season to go.
It's half the season to go. I'm excited for them. This is it's so, like, crazy watching them from last year to this year, like how much their team has changed. I feel like I've learned about them last year, and I met a lot of them last year at ECS, and now I feel like it's really, like, rewarding watching them and seeing how they've changed.
A lot of teams, like, struggled coming out of the COVID break.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, we saw, like, teams like SLU Raas, for instance, who are very good, but pre-COVID, I'm going to get in trouble for saying this. Pre-COVID, obviously one of the top 2-3 teams
Yeah.
consistently year after year. First year back, they're still trying to find their legs.
It's
Tech Raas,
hard.
you know, came back last year, and they started to hit the ground running. And now this year, I think they won a competition last year. They didn't make it to
Yeah.
RS, but they won a comp. I'm hoping
Incredible.
this year they make that run.
I want to see them. I want to see what they're doing. Yeah, for sure.
All right, what else in the lineup stands out for you? before
I
we pivot
think
over?
I want to comment on what you were saying about the winners being in the second half. Like, I do wonder if that has a little bit to play into, right? It's like the last thing the judges see, but, like, I don't know, like as a former.
You were captain.
Yeah.
Did you prefer first half or second half?
Honestly, I preferred first. I feel like it got it out of the way,
Right.
and like I think we did our best when we were first half because there's not that nerves of watching all these
You're not
teams
watching
going
these teams
on
performing either.
before you. Yeah, I think that when you're second half, like what I was taught my first year was like, oh, going last in show order is like the strongest chance
That's
you
what
have.
I was taught too.
Yeah, but I think last year those things kind of started to change. It was like people were so hyper aware of that they wanted to be like, you know, your show order shouldn't matter. But I definitely think going in second half has its like perks in a way, you know?
I'll say at Ross Chaos, which
Mm-hmm.
was last year but still part of this season, second place was first. That was Georgia Tech. Texas, DSD, they went second in the show order. They ended up winning the comp. So the first
yeah.
two places
Where
did win. So I thought that this season was going to be a lot of first half hype, but then we came into this year and it was a lot more second half hype.
Yeah, it really depends. It's like, I mean, there's that engagement with which half you're in. It's also like how competitive each half is. Like naturally, it's like if you have like a stacked half compared to another one, it makes things a little bit like, I know we don't want to admit it, but we know it's true. It makes things a little bit more complicated, you know, but.
All right. Do you want to get in trouble by confessions?
No, I don't know if
All
I
right,
want to.
I was going to ask you which half is more stacked, but we will let that one go.
Well, I feel like objectively,
Oh, she's doing it.
I'll do it.
Took the bait, took the
I
bait.
think we have.
You're out of this. You're an alum at this point.
I'm
What
an
does it
alum.
matter?
What are we going to say? But I think there's two teams here who have a ton of bid points, right? Which is it? It's UMD.
Yeah, so USD, or not USD, what am I saying?
UMD.
UMD and Georgia Tech are both 6 bid points right now.
Yeah, and it's just one thing for me, like personally, is watching. Like I saw UCTR, ECS. I know they're a strong team, so I do think that second half has like UCTR is a strong team. GT has 6 bid points, but first half has UMD with the 6 bid points. So I think it's like, I want to say it's pretty even, the halves. Like I don't think
They
one
are.
stands out to me more than the other. And like, you know, GW's coming in hot. I haven't seen UCSD or Case Cobras. Those are two teams I just haven't seen this year, so I'm excited to see what they kind of look
I would
like.
imagine a team like UCSD, who
Yeah.
was who went to
Nationals
RAS last year.
Yeah, they're going to be a
they're
strong
probably gonna
team.
come out with something.
Yeah, and I mean, Nutcross placed this season already. That's already strong. So, honestly, RCR in general, lineup stacked. That's what I will say.
Very strong lineup.
Yeah.
It could have been stronger. There's a couple teams who normally come here
Yeah.
who didn't come here.
One team I was expecting to be here was Raga, to be honest. I mean, they placed first last year, right? Right? Yeah, they
I
did.
believe so.
Yeah.
I don't know. Maybe one of my graphics later on in the show will
Yeah.
counter that. Maybe not.
No, I mean, they placed first here last year, so I did think they would come back in a way. But it's nice to see UMD here again. Like, I think they're a pretty regular returner.
UMD come here a lot.
Yeah.
UVA, I mean, it's a home comp.
Home
GW
comp.
is
It's so
basically
close.
a home comp.
Yeah. So it's a good. I know. I remember the last time, like not last year, so not the last time, but the first time I competed at the national, it was like us, GW, and UMD. It was like we were all here, and then they were there last year, and now this year, it's like we return here. We
You
come
know,
back.
Pretty much every single Virginia team, DMV team was at BKB last week. You had GW, UMD, UVA, and VCU was there and hosted by Virginia Tech. This week, it's almost all of the DMV teams
Yeah.
here because VCU is hosting.
Yeah.
UVA
It's
are
just
competing,
Tech.
GW competing, UMD are competing. It's just Tech missing
Yeah.
out. But me and Archita are here. Archita's going to get on later in the show, so
Yeah.
that's the Tech representation.
Yeah, we're here.
there.
Tech's here.
Tech's here.
It's fine.
Yeah, you're basically Tech.
For sure. For sure.
Look at your-
With
are
my
you wearing
Hurrah
your
shirt
Hurrah
I've
gear
got
on right
on.
now?
Yeah, I gotta support my team. I gotta
Gotta
be
have
there
bias.
For them. Yeah.
Gotta have bias on the stream.
Yeah, it was so funny. One of my teammates comes up to me. I'm like, oh my God, guys, I'm here. He's like, you judging? I'm like, why would I judge a competition who else is competing
You are
at?
judging a comp later on in the season.
Yeah, I am. I'm judging Musty. At last comp of the season, I'm pretty sure.
Comp of the season. That's
Yeah.
also a very stacked lineup. But that's why you're not going to be on
Stepping
for the rest
out
of
of
the
second
show,
half, yes.
so that we don't give a
Yeah, I see
no
some
biases
teams
there.
later.
Who's
so.
competing at Musty? Do you know?
Yeah, I
who's
don't.
top
I
of
think.
that? Is there overlap? There is.
I
overlap,
know
think.
Raga and UConn are there because I saw them at ECS and I was
UConn
like, I'm
overlaps.
seeing you again. GT is going to be at Musty. A lot of other teams that I can't remember. I think UMD Raas is going to be there.
They'll have a full lineup. It's
Yeah.
a good lineup.
It'll be an exciting last comp of the season, I think. So,
All right.
yeah.
Well, let's step away for a break then,
Okay.
and then we'll come back at 6 o'clock to actually start the show. But one point that I wanna leave out is I think I jinxed Raga last week, and I really do feel bad about this.
Oh no.
So here's
was
a fun
on
fact
you.
for you. It's a little bit on me. I do feel a little guilty, but if they won at BKB last week, they would have had 10 wins in the last 3 seasons.
Wow.
It's double digits. Do you know the next closest team?
I mean, I want to assume CMU.
You think CMU?
Yeah, I think CMU.
Archita, you're not on mic, but what's the next closest team? I'll say it on the mic for you.
Wait, you said no, you said DSD?
You said DSD? Yeah, DSD are the next closest win. How many
Really?
wins do they have in the last 3 seasons?
The last 3.
In the last 3
So
seasons.
last
So this
year-
year, last year, and 2020.
Are we talking about first place or are we talking about any placing?
First place. How many first place wins do they have?
In the last 3 seasons.
In the last 3 seasons, this one included.
Oh, that first
Because
year.
Raga has 9.
I want to say like 7, 6.
They have 5.
They have 5.
Raas All-Stars make 6.
Okay.
But that's a big
Wow.
gap.
Yeah.
So Raga not being here is a big plus for...
Raga really 9 wins. Wow, I did not realize that. I know
a lot of
last year they
wins.
had a clean season, didn't they? First
for
place
4.
every comp.
4 for
But,
4.
yeah.
Anyway, and with that, off that point, Raga not being here, so that kind of opens the door for a lot of teams.
Yeah.
UMD and Georgia Tech are on 6 points, which should be enough to clinch them an RAS spot. It's
Yup.
been the minimum threshold going all the way back to 2017. So they
Yup.
should be safe. If UConn win, they'll have 6 points. They'll clinch.
Yep.
And if NEU win, they'll have 5 points, which was good enough to get in last year.
Yep.
So we have a lot of teams where...
And with that
it's
9th
possible.
team going to RAS this year, I think
19
5
to
could do
RAS.
it.
Does that mean we'll have 3 placings at RAS?
No, it's 2.
It's still 2?
It's still
it
2.
should be 3.
Yeah, that would be exciting. But I think the concept with RAS is like a champion and a runner-up
Champion
rather
and
than like a
runner-up.
first, second, third.
Celebrate
You know?
the champion. Well, if
Yeah.
I guess, just be better.
Yeah,
right?
it would be more entertaining to see that first, second, third. But
UVA was close to 3rd place last year, right?
UVA, yeah, it was very exciting last year. We were fighting for
No
those
definitive
spots.
3rd place, I guess,
No.
so we don't know for sure.
We don't know who it was. We
3rd
don't
place
know.
in my heart.
Yeah,
How about that?
3rd place in my heart.
All right, that was Divya. Thanks for hopping on. We'll step away. We'll come back at 6 o'clock. Archita is going to join us for the rest of the show. And keep confessions clean, please. We'll see y'all soon.
मेरी पतली कमर मेरी तिरछी नजर मेरे आगे पीछे घूमे जाने कितने लवर तेरे हाथ नानी बाजे रे मेरी पहचानिया रे छम्मा छम्मा बाजे रे मेरी पहचानिया
सदाबहार गीत।
चले चाहे सारा जमाना, चाहे तुझे तेरा दीवाना, चले चाहे सारा जमाना, चाहे तुझे तेरा दीवाना।
संग तेरे में भाग जाऊं, नजर किसी को भी ना।
अरे लोग दिल वालों से यार जलते हैं,
कैसे बताऊं क्या क्या चाल चलते मैंने आशिक सभी मेरा तू पक्का पिया रहे तू पक्का पिया रे पिया 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 मेरा तू पक्का पिया
ओ पल में चीज है पल में सेटअप है दिल मेरा टेक्निकल रंग बदल जाए हरदम मूड में लल्लन टॉप है गिनती में गिनता है 1 2 3 4 5 चल touching nothing 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 चिकी चिकी चबी चबी बातें करे लवी डबी जानो मेरी ठुमका मारे ढोल बजे ताशा खोलू हर ताला वाला तू है मेरी चाबी चाबी आई देखो दुनिया सारी देखने तमाशा चिकन पाव चिकन पाव चिकन पाव चिकन पाव getting nice getting nice getting nice getting nice हाँ मैं गलत मेरी बातें गलती से ही दुनिया बनी पूरा सही कोई नहीं है ले ले मेरी चेतावनी दिल में जो आए आज हो जाए दिल में जो आए आज हो जाए आज स्टेज लगा है बड़ी जगह है do it with a twist हाँ मैं गलत हो जा तू भी आजा करे गलती नहीं डर के सही हुआ कहाँ कोई डरते रहे पहले कई आसमां टूटे ये जहां रूठे आसमां टूटे ये जहां रूठे और स्टेज लगा है बड़ी जगह है do it with a twist ओ मेरा अपना कैरेक्टर तेरी अपनी अदा टूटेंगे बिखरेंगे बहकेंगे संभलेंगे दोनों दिल के इस मामले में ना अकल को लगा अकलों में उलझेंगे तो फिसलेंगे दोनों ओ मेरा अपना कैरेक्टर तेरी अपनी अदा टूटेंगे बिखरेंगे बहकेंगे संभलेंगे दोनों दिल के इस मामले में ना अकल को लगा अकलों में उलझेंगे तो फिसलेंगे दोनों दिल में जो आए आज हो जाए दिल में जो आए आज हो जाए और तेज लगा है बड़ी जगह है do that twist बामुलाइजा होशियार जो सर कटे वो वफादार तिनका तिनका कट मरे सब मेरी खिदमत को तैयार ठोको सलाम ठोको अरे सुबह शाम ठोको देखो आया कलंदर रोको ना खुद को रोको ठोको सलाम ठोको अरे सुबह शाम ठोको देखो आया कलंदर रोको ना खुद को रोको हम चोरों से चोरी है करते जरूर अरे रफ्ता 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 भले अपना फितूर दिनक दिन दा दिनक दिन दा दिनक दिन दे दिनक दिन दे दिनक दिन दा दिनक दिन दे बोलो हाजी हुजूर दिनक दिन दा दिनक दिन दा दिनक दिन दे दिनक दिन दे दिनक दिन दा दिनक दिन दे बोलो हाजी हुजूर जी हुजूर बामुलाइजा होशियार जो सर कटे वो वफादार तिनका तिनका कट मरे सब मेरी खिदमत को तैयार इन रास्तों के फासलों में सांस है मेरी इन फासलों से बेखबर हर आस है मेरी है बेडगर वो हम सफर जो खुद की लय में चलता हूँ बेसबर तो क्या बुरी पहचान है मेरी इन रास्तों के फासलों में सांस है मेरी इन फासलों से बेखबर हर आस है मेरी मैं बेडगर वो हम सफर जो खुद की लय में चलता हूँ बेसबर तो क्या बुरी पहचान है मेरी जी हुजूर ओ हसीना जोरी है करते जरूर अरे रफ्ता 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 भरे अपना फितूर दिनक दिन दा दिनक दिन दे दिनक दिन दे दिनक दिन दा दिनक दिन दे बोलो हाजी हुजूर दिनक दिन दिनक दिन दिनक दिन हाजी हुजूर दिनक दिन दा दिनक दिन दे दिनक दिन दे दिनक दिन दा दिनक दिन दे बोलो हाजी हुजूर दिनक दिन दा दिनक दिन दा दिनक दिन दे दिनक दिन दे दिनक दिन दा दिनक दिन दे बोलो हाजी हुजूर बामुलाइजा होशियार जो सर कटे वो वफादार जर्रा जर्रा कट मरे सब मेरी खिदमत को तैयार सब मेरी खिदमत को तैयार जी हुजूर
तेरी मम्मी की जय क्या चीज बनाई दूध पे जैसे आई हो मलाई चिटी चिटी बैंग बैंग
Boom. Welcome back to River City Raas 2023. Archita is here joining me. How are you doing, Archita?
I'm great. I'm so excited to watch RCR this year. Back in the national, so super excited.
Back in the national, because the Mal competed there last year. Is that right?
We did. We were at RCR, but we had to compete virtually, unfortunately. But yeah, definitely competed here before, and it's been a great experience. So
Well, they're not competing here this year, yeah, as you mentioned, but we do have 8 great teams who are competing here, all competing for bid points. Archita, let's talk about the overall Raas All-Stars kind of standings vibes that are going on.
Yeah, for sure. So obviously in today's lineup, we have a lot of these teams who have bid points and are all on that RAS scoreboard. So that's super exciting.
4 teams, yeah, 4 teams already have points. The other 4, I think, are pretty close to scoring points. It could happen right here, honestly, today.
Totally, yeah. Stacked lineup we have in front of us. But yeah, so in that top RAS scoreboard right now, we have DSD, who aren't here, but under that, a lot of the teams
They
are
have
here.
12 points. They're 100% so far,
Yeah,
which
they're-
is
they're-
strong.
Yep, and then we have 4 teams at 6 bid points. So that's Purdue, Georgia Tech, who's here today, and then UMD and Raga. UMD is also here today.
So both of those 2 teams. Both of those 2 teams, yeah, if they win, I mean, they're essentially 6 points should be enough to clinch.
For sure.
And then if Georgia Tech wins, they'll have 10 points, which is the most in their program's history. Can you believe Georgia Tech's only about, is it 6 years old, something like that?
Oh my gosh, really? That's crazy.
And they've consistently gotten better.
Exponential growth.
Exponent. I wish the mall had that growth when I was dancing on it.
True, but
We were
yeah.
good though. We were good.
Yeah, I'm excited. I mean, all the teams have their own ways, and they'll get there.
All right, let's keep going down. So that's 4 teams with 6 points.
Yep.
Obviously, then we have 1 team on top. That's DSD. So that's 5 teams, 9 teams going to All-Stars. So that's the top 5 right now.
Yep. And then there's a few more on there. So at 4 points, we have CMU, who isn't here today.
Which that was only. That's 1 first place win. I don't think they placed at the comp they went before that. And they only have 1 comp left. CMU are only going to 3 competitions this season,
Ooh.
which
So that'll be interesting.
doesn't, 3 comps doesn't seem like it's enough to get you to All-Stars. But I guess if you're going to win, now they're like back in the conversation.
They're determined. But yeah, and then with 2 points, we have 3 teams. We have UTD, we have UConn, and UVA Raas. So UConn we have with us here today. UTD is competing at Ishara today also. So we'll see that simultaneously. We'll keep up with that as well.
Nice, yeah. So, hold on. So I just lost that again. So UTD, UConn,
And we'll
Michigan have, how many points is that? 2 points?
points, yeah.
And UF, and Illini, and WashU.
Yeah.
So that is 6 teams there, and that gets you outside the standings. So somebody's got to budge there.
Yeah.
If you're
UVA
gonna
Raas
get in.
is right at the bottom of the standings right now. And then the rest of them are there with 2 points also. And with 1 point, we have Tech Raas, who's here today. So
I think Tech Raas,
they'll be hungry for some
they
points.
should feel good. They should feel good here.
Yep. And then we have the host team, VCU Ricochet Raas, also has 1 point from
Yeah, it scored last week.
last weekend at BKB. Yeah.
Take some time off. Is it better, you think, to do like back-to-back weekends, or is it better to do what VCU's kind of, I guess VCU did have back-to-back weekends, but is it better to do what VCU does, which is they win and now they get time off?
I feel like 2 weekends back to back is fine, but 3 is a no. That's just too chaotic.
There were a couple of teams that did triple headers,
Yeah.
because I know Recon Ross did San Diego, and then they did the first super weekend, and then
Right.
on the 28th, and then the second one.
Yeah.
That's too many
It's chaotic, but some people prefer it that way.
to stack it
Get
all
it
up.
out of the way.
I mean, all in the front half. I mean, we still
Yeah.
have like 6 more weekends or 5 more weekends of competition to go. Give
Yeah.
yourself a, like, I don't think Texas, they might be done for the season.
DSD, yeah.
Maybe. I think they've got 1 more. I don't know. Someone's going to correct me for sure.
They're definitely going to be in RAS, so they're probably preparing for that already.
Yeah, at 12 points, do you think they've clinched?
Yeah, for sure.
They got a place at their next comp. They're really stressed out.
But yeah, so there's definitely a lot of the teams here today that are on the scoreboard.
Let me ask you this. So, talked about Purdue, GT, UMD, Raga all having 6 points. And 6 points has been enough to get to RAS every single year since 2017. But we looked at some of the show orders that are coming up, and teams like DSD, teams like Raga aren't necessarily competing as much in the second half of the season. And there's a lot of teams there that have 2 points and a lot of teams with 1 point. Do you think 6 points at the end of the season is going to be enough to guarantee an RAS spot? Like, if these 4 teams, if UMD and Georgia Tech didn't place for the rest of the season, do they have enough to make it to RAS, or is it going to be risky this year?
I feel like it's really hard for it to be 100% guarantee. I feel like 6 points might even be at that cutoff line towards the end of the season, because there are, as you said, there are 4 teams with 6 points, which is so many. And then there's 6 or so many more other teams that are at 4 or 2 points, and they have so many chances to place. So I don't know. I think you can't really guarantee it with 6 points at this point. You're going to have to wait a bit and see what happens.
It's getting a little stressful. There are a
Yeah.
couple teams like UVA, for instance, who aren't on the board yet. They have like a bit of a more treacherous path to make it to RAS.
Yeah.
They would have to win today, and then they would have to get at least second place at whatever comp they're going to next. I
Yeah.
think it's Gateway to Raas, I believe.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I mean, if any team's determined, they can do it, but we'll see how it plays out here today.
All right, let's pivot over to talking about
Yep.
themes while we wait for the show to start. Ooh, also, I've just
Yep.
realized something is wrong on the live stream. Boom, fixed. Great, wonderful, amazing. We're solving problems on the fly. So let's pivot over to themes really quickly, because there are a lot of overlapping themes. I don't think there's any overlapping themes this year, but this year we have 3 teams, for instance, doing Aladdin, 2 teams doing arcade, 2 teams doing underwater,
Yep.
2 teams doing Jurassic Park.
Yeah.
You think that's like an issue when it comes to competing?
I don't think it's an issue unless they have to perform back to back, which kind of sucks because there's so much compare and contrast that can happen. So that's only the real time that it would be an issue. But other than that, I think it's really cool to see how so many teams think of the same theme in the same year. Even last year, there were so many gimmicks that were the same. So I wonder where everyone gets all these ideas.
There's like a communal,
Yeah.
a communal pot. I think I'm obviously biased to Virginia Tech, but I always think historically we have really unique themes. I'd also think that Texas stole our theme from Game Day year in 2018. So,
No, yeah, but they've done a great
Completely
job with
different
it this year.
well, yeah, 12 points. They're doing
Yep.
really hot. What's your favorite theme all time?
I mean, again, I'm biased, so I really like the game day theme, and I
It
think
was a perfect
the
theme.
mall did it great. DSD is doing it great this year. It's just
There's technically a halftime show, I guess.
right,
to
yeah,
clarify.
right. But yeah, I think that theme just has so much school spirit, and I love that about it. So it's good.
What about
But yeah,
the
we
themes
have-
here that we have? Which is your favorite?
Let's see. Today we have the Great British Baking Show, which is Case Cobras who's going to be doing that.
The show's gonna start in 2 minutes, so
Ooh,
try to
the
settle down
show's
soon.
starting
Thank
here
you guys.
soon. So yeah, we have Case Cobras doing Great British Baking Show. We have Aladdin from UCSD. A call to action with climate change and environment with G.
I really
so
like that one. I love that
That
they're
one's been
using their
unique.
platform to
Yeah.
speak on something. I don't know. I'm sure somebody's done it. It's
Yeah.
not very common, so I'm
Yeah,
a big
I
fan
think
of that.
yeah, I think G-Dub historically has pretty unique themes as well. I enjoy watching their themes. But yeah, we have Arcade from UMD. I watched that at BKB last weekend, and I thought it was super cool. They had a lot of gimmicks
A lot of
going
fun
on.
things with that. I think UMD always, my favorite theme from UMD is, I'm going to say 2018 or 2019 year. They finished, I think, 3rd or 2nd overall in the standings that year. They did Meta Raas. I think that was 2018. That was like the first
Right.
year that we were like really actually trying to compete, and we got to watch that. Meta Raas, I
Right.
think, is like an all-time great team in my eyes.
Yeah. Yeah, but yeah, so they have Arcade, and then that's the first half themes. The second half, we have Game Show, Maharaja from UCTR, which is super unique. And then we have Under the Sea and Jurassic Park, which I think have been done / are sort of like basic repeated themes.
I'm going to put you on the spotlight here. Georgia Tech doing Under the Sea, Raga doing Under the Sea. Both tied at 6 points, both probably
Yeah.
RAS bound. Who does it better?
Oh man, I don't know if I can answer that. I think they're both doing it pretty well. It's kind of interesting. They don't have like exactly the same backdrop or anything, so that's nice to see that they still have a lot of differentiation, even though they have the same theme. But I think they both do it well.
All right, yeah, and Northeastern obviously doing
All right.
Jurassic Park. We're getting started with the show,
Welcome
so
to the
let's
7th
toss it
iteration of
over
Virginia
to the
Raas.
stage.
An official RAS bid competition. Thank you all for coming tonight. We're so happy to have you here. The 3 of us are the directors for this weekend's competition. I'm Sagar.
I'm Manat.
And I'm none.
All right, before we start off the show, I'm gonna make a quick announcement. So if you guys see here, the front row is empty. We're leaving it open for alumni. So any alumni that that want to come down to support their team can sit in that front row. Please do sit and don't stand so the people behind you can see. Thank you guys very much. And now, to start off the show, we're going to introduce our hosts for tonight. So make some noise for Aditi and Ananya.
Hello, everyone. Who is ready for tonight? I'm Aditi. I'm one of your MCs, and our other MC is Ananya. But have y'all seen her? I don't know where she went. Is she in the audience? I don't know where she went. Have you seen her? Boo! What the hell? What are you doing here? You are not scary, bro. Come on. You know I'm scary, bro. All right. But before we get started, make sure you guys don't cross this black partition. It's just for the photographers, so keep that in mind.
All right, you might not think I'm scary, but the teams we have lined up for tonight are scary good. And one team is gonna have to murder the competition tonight. So who will it be?
For real, let's hear you guys scream if you're scared for our performances tonight.
That is not loud enough, guys.
Come on, make some more noise.
Okay, but first we're gonna have Sonia Surya singing the Indian and American national anthems. Please give it up for Sonia.
Please rise and remove your caps for the national anthems. Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave? Jana gana mana adhinayak jaya he, Bharat bhagya vidhata. Punjab, Sindh, Gujarat, Maratha, Dravida, Utkal, Banga, Vindhya, Himachala, Yamuna, Ganga, Uchchala, Jaladi, Taranga. Tav shubh naame jage, तव शुभ आशीष मांगे, गाहे तव जय गाथा। जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे, भारत भाग्य विधाता। जय हे, जय हे, जय हे, Jaya, 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 Jaya. Thank you.
Let's hear it one more time for Sonia's amazing performance. Now get ready for the RCR show video and let's get hype.
Stars that shine. History made. Welcome to a new season. Welcome to XV.
Wait with the fleet, take a seat, or stay out of reach. Word is mine, I ain't claiming a piece. Throne is mine, but I stay on my feet. Locked and loaded, I pray that you get low. If you rollin', I pray you don't get cold. Is you ready for war, my brother? Is you ready for war, my brother?
Backing, they backing up.
A new star will rise.
This film is presented in its original uncut version. It is intended only for mature audiences. Viewer discretion advised.
Please don't hurt me.
Wow, I am so spooked. Now, let's make some noise for our first performance of the night. Our very own exhibition team, Ricochet Raas.
Hailing from the heart of Virginia, we are the pride of VCU, a band of brothers and sisters who have grown into a family. We are a reincarnation of an old team that creates organized havoc and synchronized chaos when we take the stage. We dance to the beat of our own hearts and can't wait to show you the rhythm. We are Ricochet Raas!
रंगीला भारत
The real rah-rah. Disturbs my slumber.
Rick Ross! Ricochet! Good job, guys. I'm so proud of you guys.
That was amazing.
That was truly amazing. Stop that. What are you doing? No, why are you doing this right now? No, get away from me. Why are you doing that?
Because up next, slithering from the home of rock and roll, Cleveland, Ohio, we have Case Cobras.
Case Cobras is a Case Western University premier competition Raas Garba fusion team. The team performs two styles of folk dance that originated in Gujarat, India. We aim to provide Case Western and the greater Cleveland community with an opportunity to learn more about cultural significance of these dance styles. Currently, in our 5th year of being a competition team on the national level, we are excited to represent Case Western Reserve University on the intercollegiate Raas Garba circuit with relentless passion and dedication.
हो जा जरा मतलबी दुनिया की सुनता है क्यों खुद की भी सुन ले कभी मतलबी दुनिया की सुनता है कौन खुद की भी सुन ले कभी कुछ बात गलत भी हो जाए कुछ देर ये दिल भी खो जाए बेफिक्र धड़कने इस तरह से चले शोर गूंजे या Baby, are you down, 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 down? दुआ है यारो दो घुट नशे के मारो रास्ते भुला दो सारे घरवार के दुआ है यारो दो घुट नशे के मारो गम तुम भुला दो सारे Sky is falling, asking for anything, I can give you everything. दुआ है यारो दो घुट नशे के मारो रास्ते भुला दो सारे घरवार के दुआ है यारो दो घुट नशे के मारो गम तुम भुला दो सारे Sky is falling, asking for anything, I can give you everything. रास्ते भुला दो सारे घरवार के
Welcome to the Great British Baking Show. Is everyone ready?
Yes. Well then, bakers, start baking.
Starting off with the signature round.
दुल्हन मोरले वागी रे राजा ना कुमार दुल्हन मोरले वागी रे राजा ना कुमार
Let's mix this up.
मोरले वागी रे राजा ना कुमार ये हालों ने जो वाजाई रे मोरले वागी रे राजा ना कुमार दुल्हन मोरले वागी रे राजा ना कुमार
Who did this?
Not me.
Sugar rush.
The cookies are ready. The oven stuck.
Moving on, the technical round.
Alla jitara, alla jitara, alla jitara, ke patitara pagna vakhanu. Alla jitara, ke patitara pagna vakhanu. Sar sar par sadar amar tarayanu sar kar kar bar dhar mel kar. हर सूरया बार कार अभिमान हर 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 अभिभूर हर कुबर केसरियो रंग तने लाग्यो अल्या गैरवा केसरियो रंग तने लाग्यो रे लोल
केसरियो रंग तने लाग्यो ल्या गरबा केसरियो रंग तने लाग्यो रे लोल
कोनी कोनी माथे घुमियो अल्या गरबा कोनी माथे घुमियो रे लोल कोनी माथे घुमियो अल्या गरबा कोनी माथे घुमियो रे लोल अंबे माना माथे घुमियो अल्या गरबा अंबे माना माथे घुमियो रे लोल
अंबे माने माथे घुमियो ल्या गरबा अंबे माने माथे
And now, the showstopper round.
मारू चक्के डोल चले मारू चक्के डोल चले मारू चक्के डोल चले आजे रोक डाले उछाल चले मारू चक्के डोल चले मारू चक्के डोल चले आजे रोक डाले उधार खाले
Pushing the old to yo, up in those doors. When it rains, it pours. She like the way I heard.
रंगीला भारत
How much time left? 30 minutes remaining.
30 minutes
राजा अजमाल वीरा बेटा हे वीरम कीना वीरा रानी ने चला बरसात ले लो सावड़ो वीरे बना ले लो सावड़ो हे रणु जना राजा अजमाल वीरा बेटा हे वीरम कीना वीरा रानी ने चला बरसात ले लो सावड़ो वीरे बना ले लो सावड़ो
And the star baker is Cobras.
Good job, guys. That was so good. Oh.
Intro video or?
That was an insane performance. Let's hear it one more time for Case Cobras.
You know, guys, I want to get a feel for where our audience is from. Our audience and our teams. Who here is from Nova and DC?
All right. What about the Northeast, though? Yeah! Who's from Jersey, though? Yes! Jersey!
All right, what about the West Coast?
What about New England?
Okay. What about the Midwest?
That was so weak, guys. If you're from the Midwest.
Come on, step it up. One more time, the Midwest.
All right, and last but not least, who here is from the South?
I love it. But yo, Ananya, one day, I want to see the world. Can you show me the world?
Nah. I'm good, bro. I'm good. But, you know, this next team can definitely show you the world. Up next, all the way from the Golden State, we have UCSD Raas Ruckus. Founded in 2002, Raas Ruckus is UCSD's premier Garba and Raas team, competing in various cities such as Irvine, Boston, Chicago, Washington, D.C., and Atlanta. We have been representing UCSD at national intercollegiate level competitions. Our team members come from all over the country, and we come together to keep the traditional dance styles of Garba and Raas alive with a little West Coast swag.
Let's go, UCSD!
As you wind through the streets and the fabled bazaars with the cardamom cluttered stalls, you can smell every spice while you haggle the price of the silks and the satin shawls. Oh, the music that plays as you move through a maze in the haze of your pure delight. You are caught in a dance, you are lost in the trance of another Arabian night. Arabian nights, like Arabian days. More often than not, are hotter than hot in a lot of good ways. Arabian nights, like Arabian dreams. This mystical land of magic and sand is more than it seems. There's a road that may lead you to good or to greed through the power your wish and command. Let the darkness unfold or find fortunes untold. Well, your destiny lies in your hands.
हिली मरी गरबे घूमता राधिका ने गाड़ी नागे डंक्यो जो ताबे अंगूठे सर पर डंक दी धो बलमा लायो लगी दो राधा गोपालड़ी
One jump ahead of the bread line, one swing ahead of the sword. I steal only what I can't afford, and that's everything.
हमारी रूम तुम करती आवी हमारी रूम तुम करती आवी आनंद उत्सव ने गरबानी रमजत साथे लावी हमारी लाख लाख दिवड़े बताऊं विविध जातना विविध भातना भोदनिया जमाड़ू
मोती बेराना चौक मा आव्या अंबे मां चौक मा जगमग जाए रे आव्या अंबे मां
मोती बेराना चौक मा आव्या अंबे मां चौक मा जगमग जाए रे आव्या अंबे मां Your friends do this, then your friends do that, then your friends pull this. Now they little hack. Then your friends go.
ले बड़ानी ले बोली मन गली जल लागी ले ओ ए ले बड़ानी ले बोली मन गली जल लागी रे ओ शंकरिया मोमा पातलिया मोमा मारे बंदनु मोमा ले बोली कबरावो ने शंकरिया मोमा ले बोली कबरावो ने शंकरिया मोमा पातलिया सोरा मारे बंदनु मोमा जीबलड़ी जगदानी रे शंकरिया मोमा जीबलड़ी जगदानी रे आ मोमा
I've never even been outside the palace walls.
But Jasmine, you're a princess.
Then maybe I don't want to be a princess
वागी वागी बेराणा वागडी वागी ओरे खन अल्या काळिया खन तारा एवढा एवढा हे कियारा वे तुने ओळखिये तारा कावडगारा का ए तारा 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 कानी
can keep it shorter this time.
Good job, guys. Thank you.
No, first we'd be like, yo, that was magical. And then it's yes. You say one more time from UCSD, they cheer. I'll be like, no, for real, that was a magical.
Should I say like I really feel like I was in a whole new world?
Yeah.
Hear all of our conversations right now.
That'd be so bad.
Let's hear it one more time for UCSD.
That was truly a magical
So
performance.
good. I really feel like I was in a whole new world.
Wow. Imagine doing Aladdin as your theme.
So unique. Never
Hella
been done
unique.
before.
Never heard of that one before. Anyways, whose house do you want to go to after this, Aditi?
I don't know. Whose house?
I don't know. Whose house?
Flair, passion, resiliency. We arrive as one team, dance as one, and we leave as one. Whose house?
We hear it so much that it feels like a buzzword, but it is far from it.
It's impossible to live sustainable today, and that needs to change.
How do we create a future in which both people and nature can thrive? This is the biggest question of our times. In the next few decades, we need to do something unprecedented, achieve a sustainable existence on Earth. But how do we do it?
Don't forget to recycle your Dondia.
Let it grow. You can't reap what you don't sow. Let's celebrate the world's rebirth. We say let it grow.
just in case, yeah. Just don't. Just in case.
Okay. What about the alright guys? I think it's time to. No, that's fine. That's fine. But it might not be. No, let's just. And then move on to true. Oh wait, no, that's alright guys. Oh.
Yeah.
Wait, but do you think the true this is alright guys? I think it's
It's time to level up my.
No, it's time to level up because video games. But then it's also like literally
It's leveling. Yeah, that's fine. Alright.
Okay, it's fine. Okay,
Light on the stage.
don't say it. Let's hear it one more time for GW.
Woo! All right, guys, I think it's time to level up.
This next team clearly knows their video games, but they're not playing any games on the stage.
Give it up for UMD Entourage! UMD Entourage is more than a clever title. We're a family comprised of every single dancer that has ever represented the name of Entourage. A family that ventures on its journey by feeding off of each other's energy, drive, and thirst to put an unforgettable show on. A family that dances to achieve an indescribable feeling of knowing that with clear eyes and full hearts, we can't lose. We are UMD Entourage, College Park, Red and Black, Terrapins, Hollage Back. Woo!
Yeah. Two. Yeah, yeah. Two.
Metro!
Yeah. Yeah, yeah. Two.
Metro!
Yeah, yeah. Drinking dope turned me to a superhero. Yeah, yeah. Hit that pill, turned me to a superhero. Yeah, yeah. Rumor 90 turned me to a superhero. Yeah, Metro. If your Metro don't trust you, I'm gonna shoot you. I'm on that dope again, I'm on that flow again. Switch up the flow again. Yeah, yeah. Fly in the parachute, gripping that pole again. I'm on that all again. Yeah, yeah. Can't get in the cup, gotta get paid. King in the streets, young mage, spraying on the crowd, take it to the grave. Ain't having problems, I'm sipping the bar. Shout out to Dallas, my is a star. Get rich, ready to take you to war. Piss on your casket, shoot at your bra. Do you something nasty, roll you in a gun.
Good to play mix? Yeah. You guys got this.
Good luck, guys. Good luck.
Let's go!
I think we need to stop clutching onto our phones. Yeah, yeah.
जायु वाली ओ मावलड़ी आमी भरेली आखड़ी वाली विध विध रूपे अवनी मा भाली या रावे करे रखे वाली आवे छे उपराली जळहती जो ताली ओ मावलड़ी Dance, dance, revolution!
काशी में आइलू छोड़ी के लखनऊ काशी में आइलू छोड़ी के लखनऊ कैदा बिहारों पर नजरिया आजा हमारा भगवा बजरिया हो आजा भगवा बजरिया काशी में आइलू छोड़ी के लखनऊ काशी में आइलू छोड़ी के लखनऊ कैदा बिहारों पर नजरिया आजा हमारा भगवा बजरिया हो आजा हमारा भगवा बजरिया
Choose your fighter.
देखो जरा देखो चांद भी है आया झूमने आया मस्ती में गोल गोल घूमने की आज रंझट है रंगत है सखियों की संगत है मन में हरख न मायो जल से की आई रात है रंगीला मारा नाच रंगीला मारा नाच सनिर्ण गाए साथ में रंगीला मारा नाच
New record.
हालो वनराते वननी माय वागेरे नुडी वासलडी हालो वनराते वननी माय वागेरे नुडी वासलडी चोरी लीधी मारी नींदरडी ने चोरी लीधी मारी नींदरडी ने लई दरिया माना की बांधी ने जासलड़ी हालो वनराते वननी माय वगैरे रुड़ी मासलड़ी
Sudden death.
Let's go, UMD! That was amazing, guys. Well, I don't know about you guys, but I'm kind of gassed from watching all these amazing performances.
So let's take a 20-minute intermission, and then we'll get right back into it.
Beautiful. I'm sitting down. Where's the chair? Okay.
Halfway through River City Raas, 4 teams down, 4 more to go. And then, of course, placings to be done. A judge just looked at me. I don't mean to interrupt their deliberations, but yeah, 4 teams down into intermission. I'm Shaakir, joined by Archita.
Yep.
What are your thoughts? How are you feeling now?
Yeah, we made it to intermission. We had one exhibition performance from VCU, Ricochet Raas.
Celebrating their maiden midpoint of the season.
Yeah, some of them were dancing with suits on and stuff. I was like, how are you doing that?
Members, I love it. I think it's a little bit of a flex. We can host and we can win.
For sure. Yeah, but yeah, that was a great exhibition performance followed by 4 of the Raas teams.
Can I interrupt you real quick to
Go
say
ahead.
also that when, which team was it? When UCSD went on and their intro that the stage host gave was, oh, what an original theme that you had, because
Yeah.
they also did Aladdin, and VCU of course also did Aladdin, and I just love that little shout out. A little bit of spice getting thrown in the mix.
Some
Very
friendly competition
Friendly
between
jest.
VCU and UCSD.
Yeah, I wonder if there's a comp where those two teams are going at it in front of each other.
I wonder, yeah. That'd be fun to see.
Maybe All-Stars, who knows?
Yeah.
All right, yeah, so let's get back to it. So, yeah, VCU went, but then also 4 competitive teams, starting with Case Cobras.
Yeah, Case Cobras did a great job. You know, this is their 5th year competing nationally, so I think they've been really like having a good growth, and like they're competing at bid comps now, so it's been great for them.
Yeah, coming on to, I think when you make the jump from a non-bid comp to a bid comp, like the intimidation you get, because I remember when the model first started, our first year, and then our second year when we had a mix of bid comps and not bid comps, it's just like the intimidation and like almost that fear factor you get of competing with bid comps, it's like completely different. So it's a big step up.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, seeing the transition like while being on a team from non-bid to bid comps, it's definitely intimidating, and also props to Case Cobras for coming to some of these bid comps this year.
Out of Cleveland, Ohio.
Yeah.
Home of LeBron James. I guess he's now in the Lakers. He just broke the scoring record. Nothing to do with Raas, but maybe they're channeling that inner king. Okay.
I mean, I'm sure they're proud of that.
Yeah, I mean, I think you got to listen. If you're from Cleveland, Ohio,
yeah,
right,
exactly.
you got to have some. No, I don't mean to throw shade at Cleveland. Love Cleveland, home of the king, of course. Raas Ruckus was the next team up. UCSD.
Yeah. All the way from California. Yeah, this was their first in-person competition. They had a virtual comp before, but first in-person, I think they really brought out all the energy they had, you know, put it all on the stage and really executed well. Once again, their theme being Aladdin, they definitely had VCU to impress.
I love that. You think they feel like they got the better of VCU here?
I don't know. I think they just really came with all their energy. That was definitely one of the most like energetic performances in this first half.
Incredible.
Yeah.
There were question marks about whether or not they'd be able to perform having done virtual.
Sorry, what?
Do you think there were question marks about whether or not they'd be able to recover?
Yeah, I think they are really determined, because competing at your very first competition virtually can be tough. Just, you know, it's just not as exciting as an in-person comp. So I think they're really trying to make that comeback and like recover from the virtual comp, and I think they did a great job doing that. So
yeah, it came out explosive. I mean, they're typically a team that we see towards the top of the standing, so in a sense, shouldn't be too much of a surprise there. But honestly, very much enjoyed their Aladdin. Here's what I'll say also about Aladdin. Speaking on the theme itself is, I think there's 2 different types of ways that you can approach a theme, and you can take one from a narrative approach, and you can take one from a non-narrative approach, like GW, UMD. Those are both non-narrative themes, having that call to action, having arcade. But Aladdin is very much a narrative theme. So it's like, I always find it very interesting which gimmicks we see over and over again, like the flying carpet. We got to see that.
Right.
But obviously you have to have that. That's like a staple. But also seeing like differences and the creativity that different teams come up with.
Yeah, there's so much you can do with one theme, and like Aladdin, it being a movie, kind of just, you kind of have to follow along with that narrative. And it was interesting, actually, last week at BKB, we had a fusion team do Aladdin.
Yeah, and VCU had to follow up a fusion team.
Right, yeah, so it's kind of interesting to see how fusion does it as well. And seeing that overlap between Raas and fusion themes is cool to see.
Final question on Raas Ruckus. Did you prefer the live action Aladdin or the cartoon Aladdin?
Ooh, I'm gonna have to go with the live action. I think it was
really
well done. I thought it was really well done.
I was not expecting that.
Really? I mean,
look, I like Will Smith.
The cartoon version is just so old now. Like, you know, the live action really just brought Aladdin back to the fame.
I agree. It brought it back. Nobody watched the second and third Aladdin anyway. All right, next up, GW Raas. They're obviously looking for their first points in a little bit of time, and I think this goes for a lot of the teams that we've seen already. This was probably their best performance of the season, in my opinion, having seen them a couple of weeks in a row now.
Yeah.
No shade to the previous performances. I love those as well.
Right.
But I thought this was fantastic, and the crowd support was incredible.
Yeah, I think that's fair. As the season progresses, we see the teams get more cleaner, just better overall, bring all the energy. They just know that they can take that step up at every competition. But yeah, they're still searching for their first points since the pandemic returned, but they have gotten a bunch of bid points before, so maybe we'll see some of that. And yeah, so they're one of the 4 DMV teams here at RCR, so that's super exciting to have G-Dub here at RCR with VCU and UVA
With that
and
home
UMD.
crowd, you could
Exactly.
hear it roar right before they were going on stage, the G-Dub chants.
Yeah, you could definitely feel the DMV presence.
So I think this bit will be a little bit controversial. They still have Gateway to Raas to go to as well. They have RCR today. They haven't scored yet, but even though that this is their second to last comp, they only have one more comp. I think the doorway to an RAS run is still open if they bring points home at this one. So I think really they're leaving it all out there on the table because this is all or nothing for them if they want to continue that dream. And of course they do, and of course this is a team that's capable of doing it, and of course this is a school that's capable of doing it. Last up in the half, we had UMD Entourage. Of course, 6 points here, coming in as one of the point leaders. Not necessarily the best team. This is going to give me a lot of hate. Not necessarily the best team in the sense that all of these teams are very, very good.
No,
but
yeah, all the performances have been great. UMD obviously coming off of that win last weekend. They're really coming in with all the energy again, hungry for another win.
They go back-to-back. It would be the first time since, what did I write here, 2018?
Yeah.
That's quite a run. It's so hard to go back-to-back.
Yeah,
even to place back-to-back. So that's incredible.
That's got to be like just an insane feeling and so exciting. But yeah, I mean, as you said, all of these teams, you know, could be placing, could be getting some bid points. So whichever place they get, it'll be super exciting for them.
I wonder what it's like to win. Could it be me?
Yeah.
But yeah, still 2 more to go. So this is one of also the teams that have 5 competitions they're attending, which I think that's a lot on the calendar, right? And that wasn't even like chaos, right?
Yeah.
Like Raga, GT, they have 5 comps. They also went to chaos. This is 5 just in the spring side of the season. That is so saturated.
Right, yeah. They have probably all of their weekends booked for the next couple weeks to go. And they had already 2 competitions. But they've been placing, so that's been exciting for them. Yeah.
And then if you qualify for RAS, that's like another 3 to 4 weeks added onto the season.
Oh, true. Yeah, because RAS
can't,
is out there.
Can't think of anything else other than Raas.
Yeah, but UMD did a great job with their theme too. They had Arcade, which another team is also doing that this season, I believe. But yeah, so they brought out I love all of their little gimmicks with the Donkey Kong and the dance and everything.
They had that one little joystick gimmick that I really like, where the girl comes up to the front of stage and then when she pushes the joystick left, they all go left, and when they go right, they all go right.
Yeah. Yeah, but they had a great stage setup and everything, so it's cool to see how, again, they didn't have like that narrative sort of theme, but they had so many gimmicks that flowed together really well.
Again, I think, having seen them a couple weeks in a row now, one of their best performances that they've had so far. They did have a couple of mistakes. They had a fall happen, unfortunately, as well. So that's not going to be great for them in terms of scoring. But I think when you look at outside of that, this is still probably one of the best performances that I've seen from them and of the season. And they're a very good team, so it's tough to match that week after week.
Yeah, this stage at the National, I remember when I performed on it being super slippery. So it's definitely...
It's a concert venue, as I was
yeah, but the stage is a little on the smaller side than the usual like dimensions.
Definitely. And there's not a lot of space off stage as well.
Yeah.
Like we saw the challenges that came with setting up props before and after.
Yeah.
The
Yeah,
time
some
between
teams have to bring up their backdrops from side stage onto stage.
Saw some teams take it from off stage, like where the audience sits, having to take it up there. That was pretty crazy.
But yeah, teams have been doing a great job. We're really getting through the show. It's nice to have 8 teams instead of having that full 16 teams.
It's going by so fast, right?
Yeah,
Already
the
intermission.
show feels so much shorter.
Yeah, versus doing, as I did ECS 2 weekends ago, and then BKB last week, and I was there for like 5.5 hours. Here it's like, all right, intermission, let's go.
With it, yeah.
Give me an exhibition act or something, I don't know.
Yeah, we have 2 more exhibitions actually, 2 more VCU teams coming. I think we have Bungra and a fusion team from VCU performing
VCU
as
Bungra
well.
and VCU Ishara.
Yeah,
coming
so
up.
that'll
But
be
they'll
exciting.
be after the next 4 teams.
Probably, yeah. They'll be towards the end of the second half while judges are still in deliberation.
Okay, so we had Case obviously first, GW second, and then GW and UMD went back to back. They're also both, in a sense, local teams.
Right.
Did you feel like the crowd made a huge impact?
Yeah, I mean, I definitely think that there's a lot of people from that Northern Virginia area here in the crowd today.
Gotta be.
You can hear just the crazy screams, but I think the audience is really supportive as a whole. Even for Case Cobras, like everyone was cheering them on, even though they're not from nearby. So I think it's just a really great audience tonight in the house too.
I think the Raas scene in general is, contrary to confessions, very, very like friendly. Every experience that I've ever had going to comps when I was a dancer, every team is always very open and very supportive.
sure.
Everybody's always saying each other's chants.
Yeah.
Who's your favorite chant right now between these 4 teams? We still have 4 more to go.
I would say today UCSD's chant.
UCSD
to put some ruckus in it. I love that.
I feel like it's a bit of a throwback. I don't know.
Yeah.
All right, so 4 more teams, second half. What are you expecting to see out of those 4 teams?
Yeah, so second half we have UVA with Game Show. We have UCTR with Maharaja. We have Georgia Tech with Under the Sea, and then Tech Raas with Jurassic Park. So those are all very different themes. Not much overlap there, and all the teams are kind of spread out from everywhere. So it'll be interesting to see how that goes. Super excited to see UCTR in person. I saw them on a live stream, so I'm excited.
One of my
to see
live
them
streams, probably.
Probably.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I've just noticed we had GW, UMD, UVA are going to take us out of intermission. So that's 3 of the home comps, or 3 of the home teams.
Right.
Right next to each other, right back to back to back.
Yeah.
So, I don't know, crowd's going to be loving that.
Yeah.
All right. Another thing that I noticed, there were a lot of Dandia drops throughout those first couple of segments. And I saw like Raas Ruckus, who were very, very big and explosive in their openings, drop like 4 within their first song. UMD dropped like 5 in their opening stints.
Yeah. Everyone up there must have some sweaty palms right now, you know, dropping
like
dandas, getting nervous.
What I want to do is when we do watch parties, once my live streaming time is done, and we go back home and we do watch parties, we're gonna have a little dandy counter.
Yeah,
and this would be a fun bit for Raas All Stars. Is they should do a dandy counter.
Yeah.
And then if people guess how many dandias are gonna get dropped throughout the night, and they get it right, they should be entered into like a raffle to win like RAS merch or something. I think that would be cool. Like, that one's for free, guys. That one's for free.
No, yeah, there was definitely a lot of dandia drops, more than normal, but
more than I've
also
seen all season.
people were kicking them out of the way, or like getting them out of the way somehow. I saw someone pick up a fallen dandia too, so it's great to see people recovering from that as well.
Remember the training where it's like you drop a dandia, and this is also the nice part is I'm not just calling out dropping the dandia, but then how teams dance without it. But going through practice and being like, okay, when you don't have a dandia, you got to act like you have a dandia.
Right.
When you point, you have to point. You know, when you twirl, you have to move your wrist as if. You can definitely see that.
You have to point, you have to inject.
Inject,
and
right?
then you have to
inject right into.
Thumb the dandias.
Yep, there you go. So the thoughts of Davy Arthur and Kushal still echo in my head as I'm watching these performances.
Yeah.
Our former caps.
Yeah, so hopefully the second half of these performances, they're able to bring their props on the stage, kind of get it set up there, make sure all their props are good.
Yeah, there are teams right now on stage with props. It looks like that's UVA preemptively getting ready. So Archita, let me ask you something, and maybe you know the answer, maybe you don't. So I've always kind of been under the impression, right, that we have our intro video. I think this year the limit is now 90 seconds, although it's all over the place. So one of the teams here tonight had an intro video that was 1:45 seconds. But from my understanding, the rule is 90 seconds, and that's the time you have to get your props on and off stage. But what we've seen tonight is that's not necessarily the case. Do you think that's limitations of the venue and everybody just getting it passed? Or do you even think that rule is enforced?
Yeah, I mean, I think
it might not even be a rule anymore.
I feel like it is something just like common courtesy. Like, you know, you don't want to take forever to set up the stage and all that. Like, it just gets annoying just waiting around and having the whole crowd waiting for you. But I think specifically in this venue, since all these bigger backdrops are not on stage, they're actually off stage on the side of the audiences, they need more time to, bring them up and get that set up. So a little bit of both, not a hard, strict rule, but also just common courtesy.
Common courtesy, yeah. Don't take too long. Looking
Yeah.
at you, Raga. 5 minutes, 5.5 minutes at East Coast Showdown. Come on. Do better. No. But that's I guess what happens when you're going to have a lot of production elements. But yeah, UVA is already getting set up. I think UCSD had to bring their props on, and they got most of their backdrops set up before their intro video even played. I guess it's just a rule that either A, doesn't exist anymore, or is not being enforced either at this comp or just everywhere. But
Right.
I don't think anyone is like abusing
Right.
the rule.
Yeah, no
as you
one's
said.
taking crazy long or anything. And, it's fair throughout all the teams at this competition. So I think it's working pretty well. Show's running smoothly,
Very
no
smooth.
big hiccups. So it's going well.
And there was also a delay that wasn't props related right before UMD went on. It was almost 3 minutes of just ready to go.
You're right.
I think it was about 2.5 minutes just standing there, right, in position.
Yeah, they kept their heads down though. Danja's ready in their
They were
hands.
committed, ready for that track to come up. But that's got to be like really nerve-wracking.
For sure, yeah, because you're expecting the music to start any second. You just don't know when
And
it's
then
going
the
to go
second just
on.
time is already slowed down for
Yeah.
you at that moment. Do you remember your side stage jitters? And
Oh,
just like
for sure.
what you feel?
We'd be jumping up and down on side stage right
Yeah.
before going on.
Did you have a song that you played off stage to get you hyped up?
Last year we didn't, but I remember, I think my freshman year, the mall had a song that they would always play, like on the bus rides.
Yeah, we
to
did.
comp and
I don't
to
remember the name
Mixer
of it
and all,
though.
but
What's the name? Do you remember the name?
I don't remember
Oh,
off the
I
top
don't
of my
remember the
head.
name. It was such a viral song. We were popping though.
Yeah. But yeah, it's been going well. Hopefully the rest of the show goes by smoothly.
Yeah.
And then we'll maybe wrap up in the next hour and a half, I'd say.
Should we touch up on those teams? So let's start with let's take a look at UVA and see if there's anything there to talk about.
Yeah.
So obviously home comp for them. They're looking for their first couple points. Divya was with us at the start of show, giving them a little bit of encouragement.
Yeah.
How are you feeling?
Yeah, I think Raas is really brings a presence to stage, and they bring all that they have. But it's been kind of a tough season for them. I think they've been at some really hard lineups, and just coming off of their last year's performance. Last year they did great, so I think just building off of that, they had high expectations coming in, and they're definitely doing great. But once again, tough lineups, can't really control that.
It's also like, they hosted East Coast Showdown, which was the first super weekend back on January 28th.
Right.
So while most of those teams are spending all of that time prepping, if you're hosting a competition, you've kind of got split focuses. And then
Right.
only once that ended, then they can go 100% and focus on dancing. So BKB was 4 days of 100% focus. This is now a week after. They're only 2 weeks of 100% focus.
Yeah.
So it is almost like a bit of a disadvantage to have ECS like that early on. But I guess
Yeah.
better early than later.
That's true. And Raas has also been to only BKB and now RCR and Chaos,
Yeah.
so like super local competitions. They
Right.
haven't traveled too far.
It's been nice.
Not
Not having to travel. Do you prefer the travel or?
So I prefer to go travel at least one time further away, just
Okay.
like, out of state. I want to go out of state, and like, I think the furthest competition I went to when I was on the team was Florida at Rungilo. So that was about like a 12-hour drive.
It's a very stacked lineup this year.
Yeah, I'm excited to watch that.
That'll be good. That'll be good. They've got their crew down there is doing something very special for the live stream too. Probably gonna.
Oh, awesome.
They're gonna one up me, I think.
Yeah.
But yeah, Gateway to Raas is their only out of comp. I also just realized that Virginia Tech has BKB, UVA has ECS, VCU has RCR,
Yep.
GW has Chaos, UMD has Musty. That's like all 5 bid comps,
Yeah.
and all 5 of them are bid comps. It's right there. You really don't have to leave the state.
Yeah.
You can attend 4 comps right there.
You
And I
really
guess
don't, yeah.
Charm City Raas has been a bid comp in the past as well. So
Yeah.
it's
Yeah,
kinda
there's
nuts.
a lot of comps nearby. Even like just on the East Coast, there's so many competitions. So yeah, it's crazy that some of these teams travel all the way from the West Coast to come to the East Coast. I can't imagine having to do that.
Being UCSD, right? Having to
Right,
make that
yeah.
far. Hey, here's a fun fact about UCSD. How many active, or not even active, how many total teams, Raas teams, have come from the University of California school system? How many total teams
How
in the
many?
history of RAS
In the history.
have the University of California produced?
Ooh, I want to say 5.
They've produced 9 teams that have at one point competed at a big
That's
competition.
crazy.
That is a lot of teams
That
to
is
come
a
out
lot,
of California.
Yeah.
Specifically, University of California. There might be other California teams, I don't know, but this is just out of the UC system. There's 6 active
That's
at the
awesome, though.
moment, and UCSD
Yeah.
is consistently one of them.
Yeah, I think there's 2 bid comps in California this year, so that's been nice
What's
that
the
they
other one? It
have
was San Diego Soneto, which UCSD
Soneto,
hosted.
and I think there's one coming up. I want to say it's San Diego.
San Diego already, that would have been in January. January 21st,
I'm not
San
sure,
Diego
but
Soneto.
regardless, all these California teams have to travel so much to
a
come
lot.
to some of these comps. So
And that's tough for prop. You got to
Props.
pack your props up
Yeah.
too. I mean, that's way harder to do it like that. I
and
guess
lugging the trophy back too
you just
if
gotta
they
fly
win.
Southwest, I guess, and just because when you're packing,
Yeah.
you're fitting everything, every like available space you have to go to a comp is
Right.
like, oh, that means we can do like one more prop thing.
Yeah.
It would kind of be it would be rough though if you were like, we need to leave the suitcase open for a trophy, and
Yeah.
then you had to return with an empty. That would be tough.
Yeah. I wonder how they do that.
I think I'd rather have the problem with, I don't have enough space for the trophy versus, I thought I needed a trophy, but I didn't. All right, let's look at UConn next. You said you were excited to see them in person
Yeah.
because you've only seen them on the live stream.
Yeah, I saw them virtually. Super excited to see them in person. I think they have a super unique theme this year, Maharaja. I don't think anyone's done a theme like that, at least in the last few years.
Very, like, traditional feeling theme.
Yeah, super traditional. A lot of discussion about their like fusion-esque incorporation into their performance. Personally, I'm a fan of it. I think they do a great job implementing it. And it's not really possible for all these Raas teams to do that same fusion element. So I think they do a good job with incorporating that.
They've always historically gotten criticism for that, and they've stuck with it. And it's worked for them. I mean, 8 second-place finishes in the
Right.
last 4 seasons. That doesn't just happen. You got to be consistently good. So that's pretty solid. This is a chance, by the way, for them if they win here, which they could win because they got second place at East Coast Showdown right behind Raga, and Raga isn't here today. If they place here, that could be enough for them to clinch RAS run.
Right, but still just so unpredictable at this
Very.
point because we were talking about the 6 bid points. We just don't know if that's going to be enough or not this year.
Yeah, that's true. And they still
So-
have Raas Rodeo on March 4th. So, but they will want to place here to have hopes of a postseason, which I think is reasonable given their history of going to All-Stars.
Right. I think so many of these teams are really hoping to place here today, so it's going to be super interesting, and it's just really hard to tell who's going to be placing tonight.
The whole second half of the season really has a lot of wide open competitions because, you have a lot of teams who are like in that kind of midfield bubble that aren't established as a top dog. And they'll have the opportunity to get wins and get these bid points that, the top dogs won't be there to steal away from them. So it's actually it's going to be refreshing to have that change up. Ramblin' Ross, Georgia Tech, that is another team that is expecting to go to Ross All-Stars. They have they have 6 bid points already. This will be the 3rd year going. They got to feel good, right? I mean, their theme is underwater.
Yeah, under
so
the sea, yep.
They don't have to compete against Raga here.
Yeah, they're not competing with Raga, who has the same theme as them, so that's nice. But yeah, Georgia Tech, I don't think, were they at Chaos? Yeah, they were at Chaos. So I saw them perform.
Second place at Chaos.
Yeah, I saw them perform at Chaos. So I wonder if their set has changed a lot since Chaos. Last time I saw them, that'll be interesting to see.
I would imagine so.
Yeah.
7th is that sweet spot, by the way. They're 7th in the order. I don't know if I think I probably said this earlier on the live stream, but all of the winners this year in 2023 have come in the second half. So that bodes well for UVA, UConn, Georgia Tech, for Tech Raas, all of which have the potential to win here. But also, 7th has won 4 times. So at San Diego and in that first Super Weekend, all of those placings, the team was in 7th. So
yeah.
I don't think they know that, but I hope
just a fun
that
fact.
they're kind of feeling good about being in 7th.
Yeah. I mean, show order is a complete double blind, so you never really know what your show order is going to be. But, yeah, that'll just definitely be a fun fact for them to know that they went 7th, and if they win, maybe 7 is really just the lucky number
7 is
here
lucky.
this season.
I'll write out 7. through the rest of the season if that's
For the
case.
rest of the competitions, we have to say the 7th team is going to win.
Yeah, just call it now. Place your bets. I don't know. Put whatever money you need to on that 7th team. And if they win here, that would be most in program history. Their next highest, I believe, is 8 points.
Awesome.
It was either last year or 2020, but 8 points.
Yeah.
So that's what they're looking to beat here. Honestly, with second place, they could tie that record too. Lastly, in the order, Tech Raas, 8th place, or not 8th place, 8th in the show order. I think this is a team that's looking for points here for sure.
Yeah, Tech Raas was at ECS. I think they placed, they got their first bid point at ECS a couple weekends ago. So they have that one bid point. They are one of the 4 teams coming in with a bid point here at RCR. So again, I think they're going to bring in all the energy to the stage and just really put it all out there.
This is like a heartbreaking stat, and I get asked about this all the time because a lot of people tell me that it's very hard. Only team to win a bid competition in 2022 and not qualify for RAS. I think that's an incredible stat because like the heartbreak and the motivation that goes into that, and obviously then trying to recover and come back this year and not have the same repeat. I think it just adds so much more to what they're trying to do because they know what it's like to win. They're just trying to get to that postseason.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, their performance at ECS was great, and I think they'll really bring that again. I'm also interested to see, like, it's been a couple weeks since they performed, so what changes they've implemented, what feedback they got. So we'll see how that plays out.
I remember when I saw them at Tech Time at East Coast Showdown, I definitely thought that they were going to win. And that didn't happen on stage. I think they had a lot of, at the time, they had a lot of like production elements that didn't necessarily go their way the way that they had rehearsed. And I think if they get those right, then they have a chance.
Yeah, for sure.
It's a wide open field.
Yeah, it really is. Yeah, so good luck to everyone performing in the second half. All the alumni watching, I hope you guys are enjoying RCR.
You're doing a good job of sticking with it. Coming up off the top of your head. Yeah, so, well, it was, what was it, 20 minutes was the break. I think we're pretty far in now. We'll put the music back on. We'll come back post-show after the 2 exhibition acts. Right, so we have these 4 teams, then we have Bunga, then we have Ishara. So we'll let it go back to the stage. To watch the full videos, make sure to subscribe, of course, and leave a like and in the chat. I don't know, put whatever team you think is going to win. We'll be back after the next set of performances. We'll throw it back to the stage.
All right, welcome back, everyone. Who's ready to watch some more terrifying performances?
We have many more teams coming up to slaughter the stage tonight, but who do you think is next?
I wonder who it could be.
Wait, Aditi, your dogs are out, bro.
Oh my God, my dog. Who let the dogs out?
But the real question is, who let the Raas out? UVA Raas is a competitive dance team that seeks to promote the awareness of a particular type of Indian folk dance called Garba Raas that is indigenous to the state of Gujarat. As a team, we represent the University of Virginia at intercollegiate performances and competitions. We perform at cultural events at the University of Virginia and other venues, thus contributing to the cultural diversity of the university community. We hope to promote the understanding of South Asian and more specifically Gujarati culture. Give it up for UVA Raas!
north side of Philly. Riding around like these haters don't wanna kill me. It's a shame how they hate on me. You gotta feel me. I started out with $1 and got $1 million. Like, do it for the gram. Do it for the gram. She don't wanna bust it. I say, do it for them bands, yo. I say, do it for them bands. Fucking with that broken girl. You should do it for your man. Lately, I've been on the low with a hoe that you probably know. Took it to the crib and met mama right at the door. Mama started smiling like, mama, I gotta go. I done took so many trophies to mama. My mama know it's on the real. I get that money, pay them bills. My mama tell me you a real. And I be hanging with them real killers. Now what a feeling when you're looking at the latest whipping on, you can copy. Or looking at the baddest bitch and knowing you can pop it. The youngest in my city doing it. I got it on the other line with Benjamin and money is the topic, love.
Who let the Raas out? Who Raas? Who let the Raas out? Who Raas? Who what? Who Raas? Who what? Who Raas? Who what? Who Raas?
Let me hold some. Huh? Let me hold some. Actually, I can only hold. No. I said let me hold some. Okay, then I will open it for you. Ow. Sorry.
Yo, is there a tissue here? Is there a tissue here?
Tissue?
Where's the tissue box?
Welcome to Raas to Riches, a game show where contestants Raas their way to win $1 million. Let's give a big round of applause for this week's guests, UVA Raas! of these is a barrel roll?
Let's use 50-50.
Let's go.
घाट माड़ी जगने जगाड़ तारा पड़कारे अंबर आकाशे चरणी थी आप लगी जयकारा गूंजे लहरा तीरे ओढ़नी नी छाया के जोगनी जोग माया के जोगनी जोग माया के जोग माया के जोगनी जोग माया
Let me show you how to do it. हो चुनरी मारी रूप रूपाली रंगा बीती मैं मोनी तेरे बहु मोनी ती साज सजा भी निकली हूँ तो शेरी नाती कहीं जानी तेरे नहीं जानी ती सरी 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 सरद सरद सर की गई तो बची हड़के ओ कपड़ों में भी क्या लगी रेंजवा हारी हारी रे तो क्या लगी रेंजवा
Wait, we don't have Dandia. Let's phone a friend.
माता मारी बातों करे
Final Jeopardy.
गंगे गंगे जुबान भैया रंग जमावे मन गमता चम चम करता तारलियाई नवली रातें चमकंता अरे खेल करंता सहल करंता रस रमंता खेलंता
Wait, I'm not gonna call you stupid. I'm just gonna be like.
You know, those games really got me thinking. I feel like I could win a game show, you know?
You really think you could win a game show?
Yeah. Let me quiz you real quick. Okay, who is the King of England?
King Charles.
King Charles.
The third.
Okay. What is the capital of Connecticut?
Hartford.
That's correct. That's correct. And finally, what do you know about ancient India? Like, who's the king?
I didn't know ancient India had a king.
Well, that's okay because next up we got UConn to teach us about Maharaja.
Give it up for UConn!
UConn Thunder Raas is the Connecticut's premier Garba Raas team. They strive to bring a new, modern edge to the stage while keeping our traditional roots. They pride themselves in their creativity and their power as they take the stage by storm. Let's go, UConn!
Are we good to play Introvert? Huh? Yeah, he's playing it, Can you guys let me know when you're ready to play the mix? You have water? Yes. Wait, no.
I know, it's not mine. It's the UCTS girl, so I'm holding it. Your bag is right there. Wait, who's getting orange flags? Christy.
Where is she? She's still signing up?
Where's the other UConn phone? Can you put this with that one?
Okay, I left my phone there too. It's over there.
Oh.
Did you guys keep that safe? Yeah.
Is it this one?
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
One more UConn phone.
Here, can you take one of the waters?
Wait, yeah, are bells supposed to be there?
Yeah.
Are there not?
Do you guys need anything else?
You guys got it! Yay! Excuse me.
Who spilled the water? Also, is Shritika okay?
Come on, girls, you guys got it. Let's go.
राज मुने लाग्यो ओ राज मुने लाग्यो ओ राज मुने लाग्यो कसुंबी नो रंग ओ राज मुने लाग्यो कसुंबी नो रंग ओ राज मुने लाग्यो कसुंबी नो रंग ओ राज मुने लाग्यो कसुंबी नो धिंगाणे हालो धिंगाणे धिंगाणे हालो धिंगाणे ए मर्दो हालो ए हालो मर्दो
I don't know about y'all, but I think UConn killed that performance. One more time for UConn!
UConn really killed that. I'm feeling kind of hot after all these performances, though.
I know, dude. I wish I could just take a dip right now. I'm in some cold ocean, maybe.
Well, thankfully, we can dive into the sea with this next performance.
Give it up for GT Ramblin' Ross!
Let me
GT.
GT Ramblin' Ross is Georgia Tech's premier co-ed Garba Ross team. They have competed around the country, bringing a unique energy and culture to the stage, and are sure to put on a show for their city every time they perform.
Let's go, GT!
Another one, another one, another one. We the best music, Major key, DJ Khaled.
Yeah, I go on and on. Can't understand how I last so long. I must have the superpowers. Last 223,000 hours, and it's cause I'm off of CC, and I'm off the Hennessy. And like your boy from Compton said, you know this ain't free. I got girls that I should've made pay for it. Got girls that I should've made wait for it. I got girls that'll cancel a flight back home. Stay another day for it. You got attitude on nana, yo. On agua, and yo. Stomach on flat, and yo. On what's that? And yeah, I need it all right now. Last year I had drama, girl, not right now. I would never gonna chat what we talking about. You the only one I know can fit. Man, I always wonder if you ask yourself, is it just me? Is it just me? Or is this so good I shouldn't have to for free? Is it just me? Yeah, is it just me? Is this so good I shouldn't have to for free? I know you working day and night to get a college degree. Bet nobody that you been with even know you're free, right?
જેના હાથ મારા બેઠે મારા મનની ઘૂંટરે જેના ઢોલથી ઝબૂકે મારા પગની વીજળીઓ
21, can you do something for me?
ભોગા ભોગામાં પાડી ધાડ રે મીઠાના રણમાં વાવ્યું ઝાડ રે સપના રાંધ્યા હું બેઠી ખઉં એની સપના રાંધ્યા હું બેઠી ખઉં એવો આવ્યો રે આવ્યો અસવાર રે હું એની ડમરીની ધૂળ બની જાઉં તાલને અને હું તાલી દઉં ડમરીની ધૂળ બની જાઉં તાલ દે અને હું તાલી દઉં ચોમ રહીએ ગરુવાના ચોમ રહીએ કુવાને કોઠ ચાર એ કોઠ ચાર કુવાને કોઠ ચાર હાદુડિયા આયા ગુન બાયા લે પાણી હોયા લે પાણી ગરુવાના હે ગરુવાના ચોમ રહીએ ગરુવાના ચોમ રહીએ
આરાસુરવાળી પવન પર ચાળી માં દેવી દયાળી ઓ માં વલડી સાવજની સવારી તારણ ત્રિશુરાળી ધીંગી ધજાયુવાળી ઓ માં વલડી મારી માતા મમતાળી વધારે વંશવાળી જાજી ખમ્મા જોરાળી ઓ માં વલડી
એક સાવર કાંઠાનો શાહુકાર એક સાવર કાંઠાનો શાહુકાર એના દલડા માથે વેડું વરિયાળી
What a great performance by GT Ramblin' Ross. Give it up for them one more time.
Everyone's been stomping all over this stage tonight, but whose stomps are big enough to shake the ground?
Low-key, I heard this next team has some dancers whose stomps are big enough to really shake the ground.
No, you're right. I heard Northeastern Raas is bringing all of Jurassic Park up in here.
No way. Dinosaurs? I'd pay to see that.
Well, luckily we all have. Give it up for Northeastern Raas.
Northeastern Raas is a Northeastern University's premier Garba and Raas team, founded in 2015. The team aims to spread knowledge and passion for traditional Indian dance styles originating in the state of Gujarat. With the name coming from a play on the word nakra, loosely translating to mischievous or whimsical, the team not only strives to compete, but also enjoy the journey along the way. Give it up for Raas!
Got pulled over twice, had to go and switch plates. Don't think sweet, I'm the same baby king in 48 states. I play charades with the bank, just net 10 million, now I'm back with the rate. And now I'm going home with the loop. Mama going home with a coupe.
I'm a hot girl. A hot girl. I'm a hot girl.
Made me lose my mind.
A hot girl.
I took the light, then hopped on a flight. I cannot look towards your jaded advice. I took the torch, I quit being nice. I took the torch, now I gotta fight. You impulsive, quick to make moves. You're biting your flows, a big appetite. I look at the they not at your shows. I look at your shows, they Oprah white. You gotta be nimble, I'm quick like a fox. I don't move in silence, and you the fuck. I'm beating your stuff, slicing the cut. You get it nice.
Real rah-rah.
Welcome to Jurassic Park.
जगतयो स्मित धीमे धीमे जारे ना मुखे मग्यो मौसम खिलतु थयो मन मारो मुख ना दीदार माने नानी नानी एनी बात मान कोई तो राज हटानी आंखों मांगे नजरों चोरी गया तो थयो जाने पहली बार आजे आंखों की आंखों में बात थवा लगी ये धबकार लगी क्या बधिया के तारा हंसना अंदाज भी संसारे भी लगी ये धबकार लगी क्या के हरे
Allow me to reintroduce myself. My name is
आरती उतारी श्री अम्बे मानी आरती आरती उतारी श्री अम्बे मानी आरती रंगने शरणायो मागे रंगने शरणायो मागे धड़धड़ झालर वागती रे आरती उतारी श्री अम्बे मानी आरती पत्र पुष्प गंगा जल कंकु धूप गुगड़ना चमके गोख खबर थी उतरी माड़ी खबर गोख थी उतरी माड़ी दर्शन देवा आए आरती उतारे श्री अम्बे मानी आरती Timmy, what is it? It's a velociraptor.
पोपट जोणी में तारो पोंजरू घड़ायू ल्या हुडला 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 तारी बोली मन मठी मठी लागे हुडला तारी बोली मन बहु प्यारी लागे हुडला तारी बोली मन मठी मठी लागे हुडला तारी बोली मन बहु प्यारी लागे
अंगड़िया मना सजा छे चोखली चौक पूरा छे हो अंधारा होता जीवन में अजवड़ा माय करा छे हो सुना जीवन में मारा मन में माय मेर करी छे हो सुना जीवन में मारा मन में माय मेर करी छे
another round of applause for Tech Raas.
All right, guys, that concludes our performances, our Raas performances for the night. That was an insane lineup. We hope this horror story had you on the edge of your seat the entire time.
For real, some of those high kicks were terrifying, I can't lie.
Now, we'd like to tell you a little bit about the charity that RCR is supporting, Kinspire.
Kinspire aims to make a difference in every child's education. We provide academic resources, raise funds, foster professional networks, and most importantly, provide well-rounded mentorship to help students in childcare institutions in India become successful in their careers. To volunteer with us or learn more about our organization, please visit our website, www.kinspire.org. But that's enough Raas for tonight. Who's hyped to see some fusion?
Up next is VCU's very own fusion team that just placed third at Taste of India, VCU Ishara. The best way to learn about the future is to understand your own history. Let Ishara take you on a journey through a successful scientist's life. Being a very successful scientist comes with a cost, always thinking about what's next. See how she navigates her social life after paying close attention to her own life. So hold on to your seats and travel through time in her newest invention, Kal Same.
Let's go, Ishara! While we're waiting for Ishara, let's do a flash donation for Kinspire. So, we're gonna give you like 2 to 3 minutes. Please Venmo River City Raas for a flash donation and support this charity. We'd really appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Matching the donations. Get your donations started. You give $1, we give $1. You give $2, we give $2.
You give $100,
we give $100.
Donation, flash donation, flash donation, flash donation, flash donation.
Guys, keep those donations up. Venmo at River City Raas.
Meet Ishara, the 25-year-old. Meet Ishara, the 25-year-old world-renowned scientist on her quest to make the fine intricacies of time travel come to life.
Ishara, you guys, what are you doing here? We're here to invite you for the class reunion. Stop! Don't touch. What are you doing? What even is this? It's a time machine that I'm working on. I'm very busy right now. Why are you even here? Did you not hear us? We're here to invite you for the class reunion. Reunion? What reunion? The big party. Everyone is gonna be there, Ishara. No one has seen you in 10 years. Party? Do I look like I have time for a party right now? You never do. You need to stop being antisocial. You should come. I'm gonna leave this here. We'd better see you in 2 days. I'll have to
Metro! Yeah, drinking dope turned me to a superhero. Yeah, hit that pill, turned me to a superhero. Yeah.
Yeah, fly in the parachute, gripping that pole again. I'm on that all again. Yeah. Candy in the cup, gotta get paid. King in the streets, young nigga made. Spraying on the crowd, take it to the grave. Ain't having problems, I'm sipping the bar. Shout out to Dallas, my bitch is a star. Nigga get rich, better take you to war. Piss on your casket, shoot at your bra. Do you something nasty, roll you in a gar. Bitch get graphic, fuck me in a car. I get you a brand new roller tomorrow. I put that brand new roller on your...
It's done. Time to test this out. 2035, here I come.
The engine is starting up. 3, 2, 1.
Oh my god, did I do it?
Entering year 2006, you are now 6 years old.
Wait, what? 2006? Is that me?
Bye, Ishika. Enjoy your first day of kindergarten.
Bye, Mama. It's time for school.
देखो देखो क्या वो पेड़ है चादर ओढ़े या खड़ा कोई बारिश है या आसमान ने छोड़ दिए हैं नल खुले कहीं हाँ हम जैसे देखे ये जहां है वैसा ही जैसी नजर अपनी खुल के सोचे आओ पंख जरा फैलाओ रंग नए बिखराओ चलो 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 नए ख्वाब बुन ले
Ugh, kids. I can't believe I went back in time. I need to get back to my lab right now.
Entering year 2015, you are now 15 years old.
This isn't my lab. College at 15. Only me.
Holy jack.
I don't wanna die for them to miss me. Yes, I see the things that they wishing on me. Hope I got some brothers that outlive me. They gon' tell the story, shit was different with me. God's plan. God's plan. I think that might go down the deep. I make sure that no side. I don't wanna die for them to miss me. Yes, I see the things that they wishing on me. Hope I got some brothers that outlive me. They gon' tell the story, shit was different with me. God's plan. God's plan. I think that might go down the deep.
Was I really that arrogant? It's probably just a phase. I have no time for this. I need to get back.
Entering year 2018, you are now 18 years old.
Why am I still here? There's no way this is happening to me right now.
Self-destruction mode activated in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
विश्वविनोदिनि नन्दिनुते गिरिवरविन्द्यशिरोदिनि वासिनि विष्णुविलासिनि जिष्णुदुते अयि गिरिनन्दिनि नन्दितमेदिनि विश्वविनोदिनि नन्दिनुते गिरिवरविन्द्यशिरोदिनि वासिनि विष्णुविलासिनि जिष्णुदुते अयि गिरिनन्दिनि नन्दितमेदिनि विश्वविनोदिनि नन्दिनुते गिरिवरविन्द्यशिरोदिनि वासिनि विष्णुविलासिनि जिष्णुनुते.
What now?
Is this yours?
Wait, are you Ishika?
Yeah, how did you know? Anyway, is your machine broken?
Yeah, it's my time machine, and I'm stuck in this year.
No way, that's so cool. What year are you from? Who are you? What's your name?
I can't tell you too much. It'll mess up the timeline. I just need to get back.
Hold on. It just looks like your time turner exploded. All you need to do is change the frequency meter, and
That'll fix the control system.
चल पड़ी है हम सफर अजनबी तो है डगर लगता हमको मगर कुछ कर देंगे हम मगर ख्वाब में जो दिखा पर था छिपा बस जाएगा वो नगर बादल पे पाँव है या झूठा गाँव है अब तो भयंकर बड़ी अपनी ये नाव है
Ishika, wait. Just remember to have fun. Life isn't all about work and recognition. Be sure to enjoy life and appreciate the people around you.
yeah, right. Okay, bye.
Entering present day, year 2025.
Finally, I made it back. Wait, the reunion. Maybe it's time I take my own advice.
சொடக்கு மேல சொடக்கு போடுது என் விரல் வந்து நடுத்தருவில் நின்னு சொடக்கு மேல சொடக்கு போடுது இருக்கீங்க என்னையா செய்வீங்க எப்பயா செய்வீங்க சொடக்கு மேல சொடக்கு மேல அப்படி சொடக்கு மேல சொடக்கு போடுது என் விரல் வந்து நடுத்தருவில் நின்னு சொடக்கு மேல சொடக்கு போடுது சொடக்கு மேல சொடக்கு போடுது
Let's hear it for VCU Ishara! You guys were spectacular. All right, everyone, those were all of our performing teams for the night. But don't worry, we have one more dance for you with some of the dopest people in this room.
Yeah, it might be the best one yet. But before we introduce our board, we'd like to give a quick thanks to our sponsors, Vasoa, our first place sponsor, Patel Brothers Ashburn, Studio Doom, the Narangs, and the Suds. First up, we have Vasoa. Vasoa offers opportunities for retailers as well as suppliers to come together and strengthen business relationships by continually striving to develop benefits for our members through preferred vendors. Their mission is to constantly strive to meet or exceed our customer needs and expectations of price, service, and selection. To this end, we will perform periodic reviews of the marketplace to improve our offerings.
And for Patel Brothers, their mission is to bring the best ingredients from around the world right to your doorstep. With a wide variety of authentic, regional, grocery, and spice products, we strive to reconnect people with the familiar flavors of India. We'd also like to thank you guys so much for your contributions to our flash donation tonight. We raised $57. That's amazing.
Woo!
Thank you so
Good job,
much
guys.
if you donated. All right, it's time to introduce our board that made this night possible.
Woo!
Can we get all our board members up on the stage right now? Please.
Let's go,
board
board.
members, please come.
Okay.
Hello.
Round of applause for our board. Come on. All right, first up. Wait a minute.
They're coming. We're all just slow. Okay.
Hey, let's get started again. Let's
Time to
give it up
introduce
for
our board. Please come out onto the stage, board.
Let's go. RCR board 2023
RCR board.
7.0. All right, first up, we have our secretary, Sanya Surya. And our social chair, Priya. Next are our head liaisons, Anshul and Hernie.
Give it up for our registration chairs, Devki and Aditi. And our wonderful hospitality chairs who are not here right now, but Aishwarya, Yash, and Shivani.
Woo! Next is our show chair, Ritika, and judging chair, Smriti. All right, let's hear it for our finance chairs, Tanya, Parthe, and Ananya.
Make some noise for our mighty mixer chairs, Nikita, Mahika, and Mahanya. And for our logistic chairs, Dhruv and Lucky.
Next is our tech chair, Tinku. And give it up for Radha for PR. And finally, our amazing directors that made this show possible, Nand, Sagar, and Manat.
Let's hear it one more time for our fire directors. Woo! Okay,
Thank you,
guys.
everyone, and this is RCR Board 7.0.
Okay, guys, we're about to dance now.
Board dance.
So sorry that you have to see this. Oh, never mind. Okay, we learned this in an hour, guys, so please do not judge us. So sorry.
ठीक ठीक सब कुछ ठीक है पास है सब कुछ रब नजदीक हो हे रब के हुजूर में कसमें भी खाई दुनिया की आनी बानी रस्में निभाई
फिर भी न माने कोई तो दफा कर माने जो माने ना माने तो भला कर दुनिया न माने खस मानो खाए मर जानी मर जानी मर जानी मर जानी मर जानी मर जानी मर जानी
Let's have some ढोल धमाका, let's call the ढोली now. Let's have some मट्टी कट्टा. चलो चलो जी लक लक खा लो. चलो चलो जी मौज मना लो. चलो चलो जी नच लगा लो. मगर किसी की लिस्ट and we twist, we twist, we twist, we twist, and we twist, we twist, we twist, we twist, and we twist, we twist, we twist, we twist, and we twist, we twist, we twist.
बेदर्दी इश्क ने गोड़ा सबका दिल इसने तोड़ा हर आशिक इश्क से हारा हमको भी इश्क ने मारा आए चैन कहीं ना कर दे मुश्किल जीना इश्क कमीना हे कर दे मुश्किल जीना इश्क कमीना तेरी अखियों का वार जैसे शेर का शिकार तेरा हुस्न धुएंधार जैसे जलता सिगार तेरे प्यार का नशा कभी यार कभी पार तेरा प्यार 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 हुक्का मार तेरा प्यार 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 हुक्का मार तेरा प्यार 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 हुक्का मार 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 तेरा प्यार 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 हुक्का मार
Get the RAS reps here on stage, please. RAS reps. RAS reps.
All right, guys, before we do anything, please give another round of applause for our board and our board dance. We tried our best.
We're gonna hand the mic over to the RAS reps now. Ooh.
Hey, everybody. I'm Shravan.
I'm Adi.
I'm John B.
I'm Nisu. We're representing Raas All Stars. We're super excited to be here in Richmond at RCR. Amazing evening. All the teams here are competing to work towards one final goal to go to Raas All Stars, the national championship. This year, RAS will be celebrating its 15th year, and for the first time in our history, we'll be showcasing the top 9 teams who will be competing for the title of the national champion. A new star will rise on April 8th in Chicago, Illinois, and we can't wait for you guys to join us.
Today, we will be awarding first, second, and third place with 4, 2, and 1 bid points to RAS on behalf of Raas All Stars. On behalf of Raas All Stars board, we want to thank RCR for hosting a phenomenal weekend and competition, and we would like to present them with a bid comp star. Can we get the directors out here?
Stars have shined. Stars have shined. History made. Welcome to a new season. Welcome to XP.
Take a seat, or stay out the reach. Word is mine, I ain't claiming a piece. Throne is mine, but I stay on my feet. Locked and loaded, I pray that you get low. If you rollin', I pray you don't get cold. Is you ready for war, my brother? Is you ready for war, my brother?
Backing, they backing up.
This film is presented in its original uncut version. This film is presented in its original uncut version. It is intended only for mature audiences. Viewer discretion advised.
Please don't hurt me.
This film is presented in its original uncut version. It is intended only...
All right, guys. Can we get one person from each team to come up onto the stage? Anyone?
Choose your representative
Choose
wisely.
your player. Rick Ross, you too. Manu.
That is all 8 teams for River City Raas here competing for bid points to Raas All-Stars in Richmond, Virginia. I'm Shaakir, Archita post-show as we wait for placings to come on. They're doing some fun stuff with the teams on stage. We'll come back to that in a second. But Archita, all 8 teams have gone by. How are you feeling?
Crazy. First thoughts, that was an insanely stacked lineup. Everyone did so well, so much energy, so many things going with artistic elements. Just a great, great show overall.
I would normally ask you for your power rankings. You were explicitly told not to
We
do
can't
that.
say that, but
which I
let us know what y'all's are.
Definitely in the chat, do let us know what y'all's power rankings are. I think though this is what I can say, I hope without getting in trouble, is I look at all of these teams, and this is probably one of the first comps of the season that I look at it, and there is no clear first place in my head. Normally there's a clear first, this team's probably second, and then in my head it's who's shooting out for third. I don't really know how things are going to fall. I'm not a judge.
Yeah.
You know, so I'm not looking at things necessarily the way that they look at things.
Right.
But I think it's very tough to come up with a winner just looking at the 8 teams that we saw tonight.
Yeah, I think it's really close. Like, I don't even know who the top 3 would be. It could literally be like so many of them. But yeah, I think this season overall has been kind of like a lot of the teams are doing well, and there's not an obvious first place winner. Even at the last 2 comps, BKB and ECS, we weren't sure who was going to get first place. So it's been super interesting in that way.
Yeah, it's been nice. But you pulled up the judging
Yeah.
rubric here. If you want to go through that with us, because I also don't necessarily know exactly everything that's on it, right? I'm looking at it. I'm just going off my eyes. I know there's 3 categories, so let's start there. There's artistic elements. I know that. That one's easy.
Yeah, so let's break it down. So yeah, so the first category is artistic elements, which has anything to do with productions, props, theme integration, and all that.
Typically what pops out, right, when you're watching, especially if you don't know the dance. That's typically what you're going for.
Yeah, so some specific things they look at in artistic elements is how the stage is set up, if the musicality is done well, the music, the mix makes sense with their theme, and just like how well the theme is incorporated into their dance, actually.
I'll say that used to be a way that you could differentiate between the great teams and the good teams. Can't do that as much anymore. I think everybody, no matter what caliber of team you are, whether you're competing for a win, has figured out that you have to put a lot into your production to even show up here at a big comp.
Yeah, teams have come up with crazy good gimmicks in the recent years. Just like a few years ago, you probably wouldn't have seen as much of this artistic element.
Have you ever pulled up a video from like 2015?
Yeah, it's so different. it's completely different. But yeah, so the next, sorry, there's so much going on. So the next section of the rubric is choreography.
Choreo?
Yeah, so choreography just has a lot to do with what the individual elements are, opening and closing. There's so much going on.
They're having a good time. They pulled all 8 teams up on stage. Listen, we're going to make everybody listen to us talk rather than watch them. I don't know if it's a good thing, but we're going to find out. Choreo's on there. I would never be able to come up with choreo, and I also find it incredible people who have the eye for it, who can watch people's sets and be like, oh, they got inspiration from, you know, this team in 2017.
Right.
I'm like, how are you able to remember that? But it is tough to come up with unique choreo, yet year after year, you have to. You can't pull choreo from previous years. And also, when you look at choreo from like 5 years ago, it's way faster now. We saw that with some teams.
Yeah, I think it's so hard to be a choreo judge. You really have to know your stuff and know like what's new versus old. But yeah, some of the categories they look at is like complexity, what traditional elements there are. So some of like the Raas traditional moves with hitting danyas and stuff like that. Some other stuff is like transitions and just the pace. You don't want everything to be super fast, so just pacing it out and also transitioning well between songs is a really big part of choreography. Yeah, and then the last part of the rubric is execution. So that's all about cleanliness.
Everyone loves to talk about cleanliness, right?
Yeah, you know, all the synchronization, cleanliness, making sure you hit each move, making sure you hit each formation is a big part of execution. Also, a big part of Raas in general is doing head nods, so that is definitely a significant factor on the execution rubric as well.
All right, yeah. I mean, that's like the primary thing, right? When you're in practice, head nods, facials. Although they're not judging based off facials according to the rubric due to COVID, but yeah, facials, head nods, and then overall energy, and you can really see energy. I love this crowd shot. Shout out to Srijay for that one, coming in clutch. But you can kind of see the layout that the National has, where we're on this balcony with our camera here, where the setup is. That's where the whole crowd is. Judges were up here as well, but all of the teams are directly underneath us. And so every team that comes up, it's like you're right in front of your competition, but also in a way your allies. It's really nice.
Yep, you can see all the teams there, all having a good time, all supporting each other, so that's great.
I miss it. Well, we had the RAS reps come on earlier to talk about All-Stars and give the star to the comp.
Yep.
I don't know about you, but in the few times that I did win, I did not care about the trophy. I only cared about the star.
About the star, yeah. You have to get that star.
Yeah, that's what I wanted, really.
Yeah, RS is doing also that new slogan. They have a new star will rise this
Will
year.
There be a new star?
There's 9 teams this year, so maybe it will be a completely new star.
Teams that want to make it,
yeah,
and that are right on the edge.
Yeah, but yeah, I think it's great that RAS is doing 9 teams this year. It'll all be super interesting to watch in Chicago. You know, it's all coming together. So
will you be in attendance?
I'm debating. We'll see what teams get there.
Yeah. If Tech make a little Cinderella run.
Yeah, maybe.
Georgia Tech is feeling pretty good.
Yeah,
you'd have to swap
one of the
out,
Techs.
You'd have to swap out which state
Yeah.
Is attached with Tech.
No, but yeah, Tech is actually, Virginia Tech is performing at Ishara right now. So that's also an ongoing bid comp going on in Purdue.
Right, 8 teams.
I think that is a Fusion and Raas competition, so that show is probably still going on.
16 total teams because of it, but yeah, Cornell, IU, UTD, UNC, UCF, Virginia Tech, as we mentioned, Washi Raas, and Filthy Raas is also there. They're competing virtually. But that is also a lineup where I look at that and I go, that's wide open.
Yeah.
I might be out of line for saying that.
It's super hard to predict what's going to happen. And I know they have the Raas Fantasy League too. RAS puts that together, so
RFL.
it'll be interesting to see who's on top after this weekend.
Yeah, I haven't really kept up with the Raas Fantasy League, but that's just not for me, I don't think, personally.
Yeah.
But when it comes to competing and everything like that and being here on the stage, though, grabbing that star to me is the top priority.
Yeah,
Much easier to pack.
definitely.
Like if you're a team like UCSD and you have to throw it in a suitcase, it's a lot easier to pack.
Yeah, but they had the trophies up here earlier on the stage before show started, and the trophies are massive, so we'll see how
if you're
they
a
get
local
that back.
team, I'm sure you're like, hey, give me the biggest trophy, right? You want to be
True.
you'll take that with you, right? If you're UVA, if you're UMD, if you're GW, you're like an hour, 2 hours away.
But even fitting that on the car, you need one of those big vans.
Yeah, and you gotta, somebody's gonna have to sit like awkwardly with the trophy up in their face, for sure.
But I guess no one will be complaining if that's the position they're in, if they got the trophy, so.
It's hard to complain with the trophy. Oh, it's too big. First world problem. Never had that problem. I never won that first place trophy.
We had a trophy at some point.
We've seen trophies in our time. I've heard of them.
Yeah,
they're pretty cool,
we've seen them.
so I've been told. Other teams have showed me.
Yeah, I think they're bringing all the teams up on stage here now.
Yeah, to maybe do something like that. So let's talk about the teams, actually, because we talked about all of the first half teams. What about the second half teams? What were your takeaways? Because there was a very consistent high all throughout.
Yeah, so the second half started off with UVA Raas. I think they did a great job. Their theme is definitely very unique. I don't think anyone's ever done game show before, or not recently.
A lot of the changes they made from BKB to now, I was able to pick out, and I really liked the changes that they made. I felt like it added more.
I feel like UVA's whole like artistic elements, all their productions are so well done and so clean. So I really appreciate that about their set.
I had a very fun conversation on the way back back to Atlanta from BKB with Raheem Husson, former UVA Raas captain from 2 years ago. And he was driving with me, and he was telling me about this thing that he sees at UVA, and I think I've seen it at other schools too, but he calls it the senior hangover, which is when you have a really strong year, but then all of your seniors graduate, and so you have this lull where somebody, like, no one really steps up, or not steps up, but you don't have that same consistency. But then the following year, you had that recovery, and then you had, like, essentially every other year is just a build up for the next.
Right. Yeah. I think the senior hangover is definitely a thing. It's at some point every team has a lot of people in the same year, and then they lose those people, and they have to like really train and bring that passion back to these newbies.
Yeah.
So yeah.
I mean, it makes it tough for. I think he said that that's what he sees UVA kind of going through right now. Although I think they performed well, but you know, especially a lot of these teams coming back from the COVID break.
Right.
You have the senior hangover, but like two, in some cases 3 times over. And you look at like SLU or CMU who missed 2 years in the scene. It's like
exactly. It's crazy because the people who are seniors in college now were freshmen when COVID hit, so they've barely had a actual full competition season. So it's definitely all very new for them.
You're seeing teams like who even danced last year, and they're doing really well now. Their seniors still only danced, 2 years on stage.
Right.
That was their freshman year or their junior year.
Yeah.
So, I mean, it's tough. It's tough, but they've done it.
It's hard. But yeah, UVA did a great job, and then they were followed up by UCTR.
You were excited to see that one in person?
I was excited to see that in person. I think they just have there's such a thrill to their performance. They have so many emotions, and it's just super energetic. Definitely a performance that brings a lot of energy in person compared to virtually.
Yeah, I mean, there's definitely a different element. I like the way that they do their gimmicks, obviously, because it's not something that's like really retro or out there.
Right.
It's not, I don't want to use the word tacky, but that's the word that's coming to mind because it's referring to something that's a little bit more traditional and historical. So the way that their gimmicks are done and approached are like different to what I've seen from other.
Yeah, I think they incorporate a lot of their gimmicks and their theme into their actual dance moves. And at the end, they had the whole where everyone dies off at the end. So I think it's super cool how they like are able to do that in their actual dance.
I'm normally very much against teams ending down.
Right.
I would much rather a team end up on a burst of energy, but I think the way that UConn does it kind of defies everything that I would expect. And there's a lot of teams that end off stage or end down, and they go on to win. So
it was like
personal preference.
I guess it was like a sad ending, but the crowd was still cheering and everything, like it was just a good ending.
And I was like talking about that home field advantage with GW, UMD, and UVA, but honestly, having now gone through all 8 performances, I really feel like the crowd was absolutely incredible for everybody. I mean, just not,
sure.
If you're like one of the judges, it's like sometimes you could hear the crowd over the mix in here. It echoes so much in the national.
Yeah. But yeah, UCTR did great with their Maharaja theme.
So Georgia Tech was then next up in the order. What were your thoughts there?
Georgia Tech came out. They're super clean. I feel like that's the one thing that really stands out to me about them this year is they're just a very, very clean team. I think their execution is great. And their theme is Under the Sea, which isn't like anything extraordinary in my opinion, but it's a good theme, and they've done a good job with it. But it's not like an out of the box theme like Maharaja is and stuff like that.
Well,
so.
I mean, with themes, when it comes to it, there's 2 ways that you can approach it. You can take a narrative theme, or you can take a very open-ended theme.
Right.
And then when you take an open-ended theme, you can either tell a story or not tell a story.
Yeah.
And we've had a lot of these open-ended themes here, like Under the Sea Arcade. What do you think is the best approach typically? Do you want to tell a story with your theme, or is it focus on the dance and let's just do things that
I think
add to it?
It really just depends on the team, and I think UCTR, since they are such a fusion-esque team, I think they like really do a good job with the storytelling aspect of it. Versus Georgia Tech, since they're really strong with like cleanliness and execution, they could really pull out any gimmicks and it doesn't really have to be a storyline. It still makes sense. And I just want to point out Georgia Tech's dandia handoffs have been incredible. If you see when they get their dandias, like you wouldn't even realize when they pick them up
Did
or when they get
dandias
them.
during their dandia handoff?
Oh, that's a whole different story. I think every single team here today dropped at least 5 dandias. I don't know how, but
It's been more than I think I've seen all season long.
Yeah, one of the performances started and there was a dandia on the ground already, and I was like, how did that
Judges
happen?
aren't here, so I feel comfortable saying this. Both UCSD and UMD loved your sets. Yeah, 5 dandias within the opening about 30 seconds of the set. I mean, it was. I mean, it's fun for me to watch, right? To keep track of those things. But.
No, but it was crazy because there was dandias like flying too. It wasn't just like dropped. It was like flying across stage.
Nothing's better than though, you know, dandia hit happens and then you just see it flying like all the way across. I think that's the funniest thing.
Yeah, but once again, Georgia Tech did a great job. And then finally we had Northeastern Raas, and they brought out Jurassic Park. I think they also ended the show very strongly. They had a lot going on with theme as well. They had dinosaurs coming out from everywhere.
That's a team that obviously has come onto the scene very, like, a lot newer than when you look at a team like UCSD or UMD, for instance. But they've done their production, when we look back at that scoring rubric, at the same caliber, last year as well, at the same caliber as a team that you would expect to go on and go all the way to RAS. I mean, their production has been right there with the big guns. And so when you're looking at it, for me, that puts them in the conversation.
Yeah, I remember seeing Raas at ECS last year and then seeing them this year, and just the improvement within 1 year has been insane. So I think they're really headed up the hill with that. They're doing really well, and I see a lot of growth for them in the future.
And they won a comp last year as well.
Yeah, they won a comp this year too, so they're doing well.
Not yet.
They've placed at a comp.
They've placed at a comp.
Not
they
won
got
the
their
whole
place
thing.
at ECS. Maybe they'll place here. I don't know.
Yeah, maybe. But yeah. And then we ended with another exhibition from VCU, from Ishara. Yeah, I think it's their first year being a team, so that was cool to see.
And they placed 3rd last weekend, just like VCU.
Oh, really?
So they've got a lot. VCU's got a lot to celebrate right now.
Yeah. And they'll definitely be happy after this whole competition is over. They'll be done with River City Raas.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Were you involved with BKB last year when you were a student?
Sorry?
Were you involved with BKB last year when you were a student?
Yeah, so I was actually fundraising chair for BKB last year, so had a lot to do with like volunteering and fundraising for our charity.
What's more satisfying? Is it getting the sleep after, like, from Saturday to Sunday, knowing that the competition is done, or is it coming back home from a competition and that first sleep you get from Sunday to Monday? What's more satisfying?
Honestly, so when I was captain last year, I just had like such a high after competition weekend, and like it was just so nice to go back to practice and keeping up with that schedule. But this year I was a liaison for BKB, and it was just so much more chaotic. I was a liaison for Raga, so that was super exciting. And it was just
the inside knowledge. Right?
Yeah, it was just super exciting. But at the end of the weekend, I was so drained. So I would definitely say like being on a board of a competition is more draining than being on a dance team, in my opinion.
All right.
For that weekend, at least.
Maybe not like specifically like energy expended, but I'm sure mentally, I mean, you're juggling a lot.
Yeah.
All the time.
Yeah.
So stuff. But we kind of both came to the same conclusion at the end of it, where we felt like, yeah, there was no clear like placings, right? For this one, it's gonna be tough for the judges to come up with something.
Yeah. So yeah, judges are probably in deliberation right now, trying to figure out what the placings are, and obviously it's not a very clear-cut line, so I'm sure they're going back and forth about who's going to be placing with all this like amazing teams.
Cutting tight for sure. Teams are doing a dance-off. I know VCU Bungro was supposed to do an exhibition performance at some point. I saw their set at ECS. I really liked it. I don't know if that is still on the cards. No communication to be on that at least, but
yeah, I'm not so sure if that's still happening.
We got a little Bungro with the fusion performance.
Yeah.
That's the style with fusion, right? All the fusion teams. So you can do every set.
Yeah, for sure. But yeah, just got all the teams up on stage right now. I guess they're all just happy to be finally done with their performances.
Oh my God, yeah. This is the warm up for the after party, right? Which team
For
has the most to lose here, or maybe the most to gain? Let's keep it on a positive. Which team do you think, looking at these 8 teams, which team has the most to gain just within the realm of this season on a micro level, in your opinion?
Like,
It's a loaded question.
the most to gain?
The most to gain.
I mean, I guess.
Right, I mean, the stakes are like UMD and Georgia Tech, they already have 6 points.
Yeah.
They're on the board.
UMD and Georgia Tech, yeah.
NEU, if they win, they're still like, you know, they're 1 point away really from clinching. UCTR, if they win, they clinch. UVA, if they win, and then they win at their next comp, they'll clinch. UCSD, first comp virtual, Case Cobras.
Yeah, it's hard to say, like, with us not knowing what placings are, I don't really know which team is really going to like make it the furthest, I guess, or make it like this being super impactful for them. But I think UCTR definitely doesn't have as many points as some of these other teams.
They only have 2, yeah.
Yeah, but I think they're definitely looking for like a big shot here to, you know, shoot up in points there so that they can make it to Raas All-Stars.
UCTR is, it would be nice for them to get a win. They're very comfortable with that second place.
They
eight times in the last 4 seasons. In the last 4 competitive seasons, they've got second place finishes, so they're comfortable there.
Yeah, but yeah, so they're only at 2 points right now, so it could really go either way for them. So I think they have a lot to look forward to.
UCSD coming out here with the Aladdin team. It would be actually, this is myself for UCSD, right? Because VCU also doing Aladdin, VCU hosting them here, VCU with 1 point ahead of UCSD in the standings.
Right.
If UCSD come to VCU and they score 2 bid points or 4 bid points, and they jump ahead of VCU at VCU's hosting comp, I don't think there's a rivalry between UCSD and VCU.
No.
But narratively, isn't that a beautiful thing?
Yeah, that's great.
For UCSD not only getting on the board after having to do a virtual comp, but to do it against the other Aladdin team in their backyard.
Yeah, it's definitely, that'll be a story to tell for UCSD for sure.
That'd be fun. For UCSD, what else is there? I mean, obviously Georgia Tech and UMD. I want to keep going back to these 2 teams just because they're on top in terms of like the placings, but really like Northeastern still have 2 more bid comps to go to. UCSD still have 2 more bid comps to go to. So UMD and GT have kind of just front-loaded their season. Actually, both teams are going to 5 competitions. That is a lot.
Yeah, all these teams are going to so many competitions this year. I think everyone's just ready to go back to in-person comps after being out for COVID for so long.
Last year was an interesting mix. Like the front half of the season, there were a lot of virtual comps.
Yeah.
But yeah, we're back full swing. I mean, only a couple of teams have had to perform virtually, right? Like UCSD had to do it virtually. Filthy is having to do it virtually.
Yeah, there's definitely still been a couple of COVID scares here and there, forcing teams to perform virtually, but you know, they're still able to submit their videos and the competition will play it for them and judges will judge it. So it's good that they're still able to participate virtually.
I'm going to ask you a question here.
What's up?
And I don't know if you'll know the answer to this, and I don't know how it's going to come across on the screen. What is Filthy Raas?
Filthy?
Yeah, because don't you have to be associated with the university? Isn't that the whole thing here? Which university are they with?
So I'm not sure exactly how it works, but I know it's a combination of 2 teams. It was Temple, Crossfire, and what's the other one?
Is it Drexel?
Drexel, yes,
Temple
you're right.
And Drexel?
Yeah, so it was a combination of their teams. So I guess they have some sort of agreement where it's like at least if most of their dancers are from those 2 schools.
That's interesting. Those are 2 teams that I remember seeing a lot when I danced.
Yeah.
So it's interesting that they now combine.
Yeah, I think their campuses are super close together, so they were able to combine and do that, which is exciting. They just performed at Ishara, so I'm excited to go back and watch their live stream and see how they did.
How's Virginia Tech doing? Is the group chat been saying anything?
V to the malls. You know, I'm getting so many messages. They're so done. They're done with their performance, so they're just ready for show to be over, and they're excited for placings because once again, it's just so unpredictable.
Yeah.
So they're just not sure. But there's a lot of other great teams. I know UTD Taras is also performing. So there's them and UCF Night Raas. There's a bunch of other good teams at Nisha performing right now.
Yeah, was it? You pull up the scoreboard here. Cornell, IU, UTD, UNC, UCF, Virginia Tech, WashU, and Filthy. This is a lineup that also I look at it and I go, it's wide open, and it's not a very top-heavy lineup, which isn't to say that the teams aren't good. It's just to say that these teams are still looking to place, and probably one of these teams, whoever wins first here, is going to be back in the conversation for Raas All-Stars, and is going to be, a team that could potentially make that run.
Yeah.
A couple of these teams could.
Yeah, I think definitely at Nisha, a lot of those teams are really looking for that bid point because this could really be their chance, to be on the come up. So, yeah.
Some teams have really front-loaded their schedule. Other teams have put a lot of their comps there on the back half of the schedule, like UCSD and EU still have 2 more comps to go. Do you think it's easier to get everything done early and to front-load your schedule, or would you rather put it all in the back half of the schedule?
Honestly, I would probably prefer early because it's closer to the beginning of the semester and there's not as many classes and work and so I think a lot of people would prefer the earlier the better.
You have less time to prep. Is that the trade-off you're making? Is that you don't have to balance as much with school?
But then again, how much of a difference can like a week or two really make?
Yeah.
I guess that's the trade-off. But yeah, I know there's some schools that actually go to get back from winter break a lot later, so they physically cannot be at these earlier competitions. So those teams might be, pushing back their competition timeline.
Yeah, well, at least, when it comes to RAS time, April 11th, by the way, April 11th, right? April 11th in Chicago. That's far enough away from exams to where you're not really butting up against it. But it would be nice to see All-Stars be like a 3-day event or something like that. Obviously, you can't ask people to take a Thursday and a Friday off of school to make the travel, but it'd be nice to have that. Maybe someday in the future.
Yeah, I know. I think the teams going to Raas All-Stars will definitely just appreciate that it's the weekend and they just have that one weekend and it's not like a whole back-to-back weekend situation. It's like a month after all the competitions end. So I think that's a good break that they get before they get to compete at nationals.
Absolutely. So 8 teams down. And now just waiting for placings. It looks like we're not going to get VCU Bungra out here on stage, so we'll mix it up. But we had our fill with Fusion.
Yeah.
We had Ricochet, Ross at the start. It's an all Ross weekend. Bungra can get their love somewhere else, if you ask me. But 8 teams done. Case, UCSD, GW, UMD, UVA, UCTR, Georgia Tech, and Northeastern. Still waiting on placement decisions to come from the judges, but I've been wowed. So, Archita, I think let's step away. Let's take a break.
Yep.
And when we return, placings, hopefully.
Hopefully, fingers
won't
crossed.
Take too long, right? What time is it? Getting close to, it's about 9:51.
Yeah.
But hopefully we won't have to be too long. Only 8 teams, but still a lot to deliberate. So, we'll be back. When we return, we'll do placings. Till then, we'll step away and take a break. Take a water break.
Thank you.
ਸਾਡੇ ਚੱਲ ਜਾਂਦੀ ਮਾਰੇ ਦਿਲ ਗੁਲਾਟੀ ਪੁੱਛ ਵਾਏ ਵਾਏ ਕਾਲੇ ਕਟੋਰੇ ਸੁਰਮਾ ਬਟੋਰੇ ਲੱਗਦੇ ਚਿਚੋਰੇ ਬੜੇ ਹਾਏ ਫਾਏ ਦਿਲ ਪੇ ਕਰਾਤੀ ਸਾਡੇ ਚੱਲ ਜਾਂਦੀ ਮਾਰੇ ਦਿਲ ਗੁਲਾਟੀ ਪੁੱਛ ਵਾਏ ਵਾਏ ਚਾਹੇ ਮੈਂ ਡੂਬਾ ਵੇ ਸਿਕਟ ਹੋ ਗਿਆ I don't have
बलम पिचकारी जो तूने मुझे मारी तो बोले रे जमाना खराबी हो गई मेरे अंगराजा जो तेरा रंग लागा तो सीधी सादी छोरी शराबी हो गई
इतना मजा क्यों आ रहा है तूने हवा में भांग मिलाया इतना मजा क्यों आ रहा है तूने हवा में भांग मिलाया दुगना नशा क्यों हो रहा है आंखों से मीठा तूने खिलाया
वो तेरी मलमल की गुर्दी गुलाबी हो गई चली चाल के नवाबी हो गई बलम पिचकारी जो तूने मुझे मारी तो सीधी सादी चोरी शराबी हो गई हर चीज पहन के जो तूने मारा ठुमका तो लड्डू पड़ोसन की भाभी हो गई बलम पिचकारी जो तूने मुझे मारी तो सीधी सादी चोरी शराबी हो गई
सेलिब्रेशन नाचो धनाधन म्यूजिक बजाओ कह दो ये सबसे
Yeah, man. So we back in the club with our bodies rocking from side to side, side to side. Thank God the week is done. I feel like a zombie gone back to life, back to life. Hands up, yeah, suddenly we all got our hands up. No control of my body. Ain't I seen you before? I think I remember those eyes. 'Cause baby tonight, the DJ got us falling in love again. Yeah, baby tonight, the DJ got us falling in love again. So dance like it's the last night of your life. Life won't get you कुड़ियां तू alright आजा नेड़े I won't bite लगे तू मैनू sexy ताही मैं जागा all night करावे नी तू murder ओ भावें होवे daylight झकास तेरी body I fell in love at first sight कुआरियां तू सोहणियां ते मैं भी कुआरा चढ़दी जवानी हुण लुट ले नज़ारा जे ना मैनू करती ने पुछना दोबारा फिर रोटियां पकाई नाले मेरे गाने गाई ना जा ना जा ना जा ना जा ना जा मित्रा तो दूर अंबरा तो आई तू लगदी है हूर हद तेरा नखरा तेरा की कसूर मैनू ही पसंद तू कर दी जरूर ना जा ना जा ना जा ना जा ना जा मित्रा तो दूर अंबरा तो आई तू लगदी है हूर हद तेरा नखरा तेरा की कसूर मैनू ही पसंद तू कर दी जरूर
ਲੰਬੋ ਟਰੱਕ ਵਿੱਚ ਗੇੜੀ ਸੁੱਟੀ ਹਾਲੀਵੁੱਡ ਗੀਤ ਦੇਸੀ ਮੁੰਡਿਆਂ ਦੇ ਸੁਣੇ ਬਾਲੀਵੁੱਡ ਮਿਊਜ਼ਿਕ ਦੀ ਵੇਵ ਆ ਨਾ ਭਾਲਦੇ ਕੋਫੇ ਵਗਾਉਣਾ ਵੀ ਆਉਂਦਾ ਤੇ ਲਿਰਿਕਸ ਹੈ ਚੰਗੇ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਚੱਲਦੇ ਸੀ ਕਿਸੇ ਤੋਂ ਨਾ ਠੱਲਦੇ ਸੀ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦਾ ਬਣਾਉਂਦੇ ਆ ਕਲਾਉਨ ਮੁੰਡੇ ਬਰਾਊਨ ਮੁੰਡੇ ਆਉ ਦੇਸੀ ਜੇ ਗੀਤਾ ਟਰੈਪ ਦੀ ਬੀਟਾ ਸਿਰ ਕੱਢ ਗੱਜ ਦੇ ਸਪੀਕਰਾਂ 'ਚ ਵੱਜਦੇ ਬਰਾਊਨ ਮੁੰਡੇ ਆਉ ਦੇਸੀ ਜੇ ਗੀਤਾ ਟਰੈਪ ਦੀ ਬੀਟਾ ਸਿਰ ਕੱਢ ਗੱਜ ਦੇ ਸਪੀਕਰਾਂ 'ਚ ਵੱਜਦੇ ਬਰਾਊਨ ਮੁੰਡੇ
ਓ ਬਾਵੇਂ ਦੀ ਜੀਨਾ ਲਾਈਫ ਹਸੀਨਾ ਰਾਤਾਂ ਰੰਗੀਨਾ ਚੋਬਰ ਸ਼ਕੀਨਾ ਕੱਪਾਂ ਚ ਲੀਨਾ ਗੱਲਾਂ ਤੋਂ ਮੀਨਾ ਕਈ ਨਾਰਾਂ ਦੇ ਮੈਸੇਜ ਛੱਡੇ ਕਰ ਸੀਨਾ ਪੱਕੇ ਤਰਾਕਿਆ ਨਾ ਉੱਡਦੇ ਜਵਾਕਿਆ ਦਾਰੂ ਚ ਕਰਦੇ ਡਰਾਉਣ ਮੁੰਡੇ ਬਰਾਉਣ ਮੁੰਡੇ ਦੇਸੀ ਜੇ ਗੀਤਾ ਟਰੈਪ ਚ ਬੀਟਾ ਸਿਰ ਕੱਢ ਗੱਜ ਦੇ ਸਪੀਕਰਾਂ 'ਚ ਵੱਜਦੇ ਬਰਾਉਣ ਮੁੰਡੇ ਆਉ ਦੇਸੀ ਜੇ ਗੀਤਾ ਟਰੈਪ ਜੀ ਬੀਟਾ ਸਿਰ ਕੱਢ ਗੱਜ ਦੇ ਸਪੀਕਰਾਂ 'ਚ ਵੱਜਦੇ ਬਰਾਉਣ ਮੁੰਡੇ
ਐਲੇ ਤੋਂ ਹੈ ਆਈ ਤੂੰ ਉੱਤੋਂ ਲੰਡਨ ਲਾਹੌਰ ਮਰਦਾ ਨਖਰਾ ਹਾਈ ਕਿਉਂ ਤੈਨੂੰ ਪੁੱਛਣੇ ਤਾਂ ਦਿਲ ਡਰਦਾ ਨੀ ਤੂੰ ਨੱਚ ਨੱਚ ਬਾਲਦੀ ਫਲੇਮ ਨੀ ਮੁੰਡੇ ਪੱਟਣਾ ਏ ਬਿੱਲੋ ਤੇਰੀ ਗੇਮ ਨੀ ਅੱਜ ਡਾਲਰਾਂ ਦੀ ਕਰ ਦੂੰਗਾ ਰੇਨ ਨੀ ਆਜੂ ਨਾ ਫਲੱਡ ਬੱਲੀਏ ਆ ਗਈ ਏ ਪਸੰਦ ਸੋਹਣੀਏ ਅੱਖੀ ਆਏ ਰੰਗ ਸੋਹਣੀਏ ਐਵੇਂ ਨਾ ਤੂੰ ਸੰਗ ਸੋਹਣੀਏ ਦਿਲ ਮੇਰਾ ਮੰਗ ਸੋਹਣੀਏ ਹੋ ਜੇ ਤੂੰ ਜੱਗਮੀ ਤੇ ਮੁੰਡਾ ਨੇਰਾ ਕਹਿ ਨੀ ਨਾ 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 ਹੋ ਨਿੱਤੀ ਅੱਲੜਾ ਦੇ ਸੀਨੇ ਕਰੇ ਪੈਰ ਨੀ ਨਾ 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 ਉਹ ਨਖਰਾ ਵੀ ਕੱਢ ਨੀ ਚੱਕਰਾਂ ਚ ਪਾਇਆ ਤੂੰ ਜੱਟ ਨੀ ਤੇਰੇ ਪਿੱਛੇ ਭੱਜ ਲਿਆ ਸਾਰਾ ਸ਼ਹਿਰ ਨੀ ਨਾ 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 ਨਾ
ਹਾਏ ਵੇ ਡੰਗ ਮਾਰ ਕੇ ਦਿਲ ਸੂਲੀ ਉੱਤੇ ਟੰਗ ਰੱਖਿਆ ਮਨ ਹਾਰ ਵੇ ਉਹ ਮੈਂ ਤਾਂ ਕੁੜੀ ਤੇਰੇ ਲੈਵਲ ਦੀ ਨਾ ਹਾਏ ਵੇ ਡੰਗ ਮਾਰ ਕੇ ਉਹ ਦਿਲ ਸੂਲੀ ਉੱਤੇ ਟੰਗ ਰੱਖਿਆ ਮਨ ਹਾਰ ਵੇ ਉਹ ਮੈਂ ਤਾਂ ਕੁੜੀ ਤੇਰੇ ਲੈਵਲ ਦੀ ਨਾ
ਨੀ ਯਾਰੀ ਸਾਡੀ ਕੈਮ ਨੀ ਸਟਾਰ ਤੋਂ ਦੇਸੀ ਮੁੰਡਿਆਂ ਤੋਂ ਖਾਈ ਜਾਵੇ ਖਾਰ ਕਿਉਂ ਜਿੰਨਾ ਜੇਬ ਵਿੱਚ ਤੇਰੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਵਾਰ ਦੂੰ ਦੇਸੀ ਦਾਰੂ ਵਾਲੀ ਬਣੀ ਫਿਰੇ ਬਾਹਰ ਤੂੰ
ਵੇ ਮੈਂ ਕਰਦੀ ਆ ਡੈਂਸ ਤੇ ਕਿ ਬਿਨਾ ਚੈਂਸ ਲੱਕ ਨੂੰ ਹਿਲਾਵਾਂ ਵੇ ਤੂੰ ਪਿੱਛੇ ਮੇਰੇ ਫੈਨਸ ਉਹ ਚੈੱਕ ਇਟ ਆਊਟ ਨਾ ਕਰ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਸੋਹਣਿਆ ਜੇ ਤੂੰ ਬਣਨਾ ਨੀ ਅੱਜ ਮੇਰਾ ਮੈਨ
ਆ ਗਈ ਏ ਪਸੰਦ ਸੋਹਣੀਏ ਅੱਖੀ ਆਏ ਰੰਗ ਸੋਹਣੀਏ ਐਵੇਂ ਨਾ ਤੂੰ ਸੰਗ ਸੋਹਣੀਏ ਦਿਲ ਮੇਰਾ ਮੰਗ ਸੋਹਣੀਏ ਹੋ ਜੇ ਤੂੰ ਜੱਗਮੀ ਤੇ ਮੁੰਡਾ ਨੇਰਾ ਕਹਿ ਨੀ ਨਾ 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 ਹੋ ਨਿੱਤੀ ਅੱਲੜਾ ਦੇ ਸੀਨੇ ਕਰੇ ਪੈਰ ਨੀ ਨਾ 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 ਉਹ ਨਖਰਾ ਵੀ ਕੱਢ ਨੀ ਚੱਕਰਾਂ ਚ ਪਾਇਆ ਤੂੰ ਜੱਟ ਨੀ
obsesionado contigo. Un sueño feo, yo me hice ayer, en el que tú me estabas, linda mujer. Ahora estoy solo, estoy tan solo, dando vueltas, me incomodo. Sé que muchos te quieren robar, pero a los míos no le pueden llegar. Sigo lejos, yo voy lejos, le campeo, sin complejo.
Guys, let's start heading into your teams and get ready for placings.
All right. Placings on the way officially
Yeah.
here in Richmond. Coming to us soon.
Yeah, the judges have finally wrapped up deliberation, so
Was it almost an hour, just
yeah.
about?
I mean, it takes a while, you know. They have to add up all the points, you know. All the judges have their own opinions, so.
Well, there's a lot to deliberate about, as
Yeah.
we discussed.
Yeah, for sure. But yeah, so all the teams are up on the stage, and judges will probably announce placings going in reverse order, third, second, and then first.
The intensity, I think it's really going to give away. You do your third place and your second place, and normally you know.
Yeah.
But I don't know.
Yeah, I don't
once
know.
third place and second place is out, if we'll know who first place is, I guess.
Yeah.
I mean, time will tell, right?
I think it's just like any team would be happy to even get third place, you know. It's just
It's a tough comp.
It's just so hard.
I feel like I say that about every single comp. Oh, it's such a tough competition.
No, but there are those competitions where you know who the first or second place is going to be, but this one you really just don't know.
Not sure about this one, yeah. All right, let's throw it down to the stage and let them take over.
Should I do my B-reel?
Wait, did we already do team chats? We did.
Wait, guys, I didn't take my B-reel today, so, you know.
Everyone get it.
I'm sorry, this is kind of fake.
Okay.
It's not real.
Everyone, let's get it. Wait. Do it to this side, and then you guys smile. This way. Smile.
You know, that's good enough.
Yay.
That is good enough.
Okay, where are they, bro? Can we like get off stage?
You guys want to do your chants again while we're waiting? You know, just one last time. The last one of the night. Should we do that?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. UCSD.
This is GT. Come on, bro.
Oh, what's good?
Chance again.
5, 6, 7, 8. Where Raas is at, we're aiming to take the city over. Where Raas is at, we're aiming to take the city over. Where Raas is at, we're aiming to take the city over. Richmond! Richmond! Richmond!
Hey, UConn.
Who do you see? UCTO! Who do you see? UCTO! Who do you see? UCTO! You can do it! All night long!
Okay, UVA.
Who let the Raas out? Who Raas? Who
let the Raas out? Who Raas? Who what? Who what? Who what? Oh yeah!
To the last man! We fight! To the last beat! We fight! To the last drop! We fight! 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 Whose house? G down! Whose house? G down! Whose house? G down! 1, 2, 3! G down Raas!
Hold up, low and slow. Wait, I'm gonna have to hold it like this. Okay. Are you ready? Stop. Get your asses up. Hold up! Wait a minute! Let me put some records in! Hold up! Wait a minute! Let me put some records in! Hold up! Wait a minute! Run my carpet, bitch! Woo!
College Park, red and black. Champions hold back. College Park, red and black. Champions hold back. College Park, red and black. Champions hold back. Thank you. You're welcome.
One, two, three, who are we? COB! Who are we? COB! Go on, go on, You're welcome for not pausing.
Good evening. All right, my name is Smriti. I'm the judging chair this year for River City Raas. And before we get to our placings very shortly, I'm just gonna introduce our judges. So starting off with our first choreography judge, Garima Patel is an alum of Steel City Raas. She started on the team as a dancer, which was then known as Pit Panther Raas. She became vice captain the year after and then served as captain for 2 years. Our next choreography judge, Kishan Patel, joined the circuit as a part of RU Raga and danced on the team from 2015 to 2019. He served as a tech chair, helping with the mix, and also served as a captain for 1 year. Next, we have our first execution judge, Preet Patel. Preet is an alumni of our very own He is an alumni of our very own home team, VCU Ricochet Raas. Go Rick Raas. Preet's journey in Raas began as a newbie and then as co-captain of the team in 2018. Our second execution judge is Arun, who is an alumni of Cornell Big Red Raas. During his time on the team, he had the pleasure of dancing at many competitions, meeting wonderful people, and competing at RAS 14. Starting off with our artistic elements judges, we have Binali Patel. Binali danced her way through college when she joined UTD Taras and placed second at RAS. She was also logistics and graphics for DTX Dandia and is currently the marketing chair for RAS. Finally, last but definitely not least, we have our second artistic elements judge, Hansika Shah. Hansika is an alum of VT The Mall, where she was both a dancer and props director, and she has also served as a liaison and fundraising chair for BKB. Thank you so much to all of the judges for joining us tonight. We appreciate you, and we are so glad you are here. Please give a warm round of applause for the judges. And without further ado, placings.
All right, the moment y'all have been waiting for. I won't keep you in suspense because it's getting late. In third place, we have UMD Entourage! Woo!
go get the other one.
Yeah, take your time. All right, yeah, congratulations, UMD. Yeah. All right, guys, in second place, we have GT Ramblin' Ross.
And in first place, drum roll please, is UConn Raas!
Seems like, very. Huh? Oh, right. And I just started. But like, for us, there's a lot more.
And so the streak comes to an end, Arch, at the 4 seasons of second place only and a third place in there. And UCTR finally lift that first place trophy, finally get that 4-point star.
Yeah.
What are your reactions?
I mean, you can just see them up there on stage. They look so happy. They've had so many second places. And to finally get that first place with that huge trophy just must be a great feeling.
Massive trophy. Years in the making.
They definitely deserve it. They worked so hard. They had a great theme, great execution, just put so much power into their set.
And not only do they win here, oh my God, look at how tall that trophy is.
Taller than everyone on stage.
Yeesh. Okay, so not only is that a 4-year, I guess 5-year, including the COVID year streak broken. The last time they won was Maryland Musty in 2017.
Oh, interesting.
Not only has that streak been broken, they finally won first place, but with now 6 points on the scoreboard,
Yeah.
they're
They're
right
moving
there.
up.
You could say they've almost clinched.
Yeah.
They're right there on the border of an All-Stars run.
Yeah, getting first place just gives you such a huge boost into getting into RAS. They were at 2 points before they got here, and now they're leaving with 6 points. So definitely leaving with a lot more confidence to make it into RAS.
And they should also with the set like that. I guess it's only a matter of time.
Yeah. for
Second
sure.
place was Georgia Tech.
Yep.
We heard the ATL chants right
Yeah.
after that.
Yeah, they were great, you know. Their execution is just so good this year.
So
let's give it back to the announcement here.
Feedback and captain's meeting is going to work is that Smriti, our judging chair, is going to have 3 stations up there on the left side. So go upstairs where the audience was, take a left this way, and the judges.
All right,
will
that
be
was
there.
just for
Wait
judges
outside,
meeting,
they'll
so
come and get you.
I'm going to make the
There'll be 3
executive
stations,
decision
only
to
3 people can go at once, so go take the new guys
sorry
in, like, a
to
single file.
Yeah.
move back to us here and take back over control. So Georgia Tech in second place.
Yeah, Georgia Tech in second with amazing execution and cleanliness, you know. Their theme is, it's good. Like, they have the Under the Sea theme, and they were definitely able to pull it all together with their choreo and execution just really standing out.
Crazy. A win on the cards. They weren't able to make it a second here. They've still got more to go.
Yeah.
But they're going to be happy here. 8 points tied their program record
Really?
in Raas All-Star bid points.
That's awesome.
Tied with, I believe, 2020. It could be last year. They've been to RAS twice. And with that, I think 8 points. 6 is right there. It would have been enough last year.
Right.
7 is usually enough. I would say 8 points for Georgia Tech. They can celebrate knowing that they've locked in their Raas All-Star spot tonight.
Yeah,
I
I
don't
would-
think there's any hesitation there.
Right, I would say so too, yeah. They're going to Chicago.
Going to Chicago. They'll maybe have to face off with another underwater. It could be the only underwater team at Chicago, maybe. Depending on
maybe.
how things go.
We'll see.
But Georgia Tech up there. Still more comps to go with their season. Season's not done. Third place, UMD Entourage.
Exciting, yeah. It's crazy because they got first place last weekend at BKB, and now they're at third here, which I'm sure they're still super happy about because this was such a competitive lineup.
Tight lineup.
Yeah. So I'm sure they're just equally as happy with that third place trophy as they were with the first place last weekend.
You could see the genuine excitement there with the third place, and I think that's how it should be. Sometimes the team will win third, and when you're accustomed to winning or you think that you can do higher, it's
Yeah.
hard to get excited about it. But this means that, A, they've clinched, and B, it just goes to show the strength of the teams here. I mean, when you look at the team that they had to beat last week to get to first, and then now come over here, and they got third,
Yeah.
just shows how tough this competition was.
Yeah, I think UMD had a great set with all of their amazing arcade gimmicks. They were just really well thought out. I think they really have improved their execution as the season has gone on. They've just continually had growth and improvement with execution, and their choreography has been great to start out with. I think they have a lot of unique elements in there that go along with their theme. So overall, just a really well put together set.
Hoping that all three of these teams, I mean, with 6, 7, and 8 points respectively, UConn having 6, GT having 8, and UMD now having 7 points, that all of these teams will make their presence known at Raas All-Stars.
Yep.
But that's a good showing.
hope
Tough
so.
for the teams who didn't place, but it was
Yeah.
a tough comp and big for those. So before we part ways, Archie, any final words to the stream? Any final words for the teams?
Final words for the teams. Congrats to the teams who placed. To those who didn't place, you guys still did an amazing, amazing job. Thank you for coming to compete out to Richmond here at RCR. I'm sure they were super happy to host you guys. And to everyone watching, thanks for tuning in, putting up with us and listening to our beautiful voices this whole live stream.
Yeah,
But yeah.
well, under the lights of the National as they bring the projector down and props get broken down, we get to bid everybody farewell. So from the entire RCR board, from Olive Shaakir Productions, from CJ who did front row, from myself, from Archita, and from everybody else who took part in this, thank you for joining us tonight. congratulations to all the teams, and most importantly, congratulations to UConn Thunder Raas. First place and 4 bid points for Raas All-Stars. This has been River City Raas.
Stars have shined. History made. Welcome to a new season. Welcome to XP.
Wait with the fleet, take a seat, let's stay out of reach. Word is mine, I ain't claiming a piece. Throne is mine, but I stay on my feet. Locked and loaded, I pray that you get low. If you rollin', I pray you don't get cold. Is you ready for war, my brother? Is you ready for war, my brother?
Backing, they backing up.
This film is presented in its original uncut version. It is intended only for mature audiences. Viewer discretion advised.